Is that me? Ready, brothers, to leave. Is it done? Can you travel, wife?
Yes.
Fine time for the Lord to give us a toilet. Just when we're done, the wolves are coming.
Please, Jack.
These sons work in the field.
Please. Just cry. Just cry. No, please.
There's no time. Isabel, save our sons. The soldiers are coming.
Soldiers are always coming. Burning our villages and stealing our people. I will not lose my daughter, too. She's beautiful. Look at your child. See what you would kill.
Move quickly! Leave nothing for the Burgundians! Everyone, everything to the fort! Move it! Move it!
Mama, Joan is here.
No climbing, Joan. He can't do all the things you can. Do you hear me?
I hear you, Mama. Slow down, Joan. It's too high.
Maybe once it was, but now it's just a sad, broken wall.
I don't think this fortress is sad. It hides us when the soldiers attack.
Hiding. All we do is hide. But one day we'll stop hiding. When the Maid of Lorraine comes with 10,000 men to drive the English out. I can see Lorraine from here.
You can?
Yes, just beyond the river.
Can you see the maid?
No, it's too far. Anyway, nobody knows what she looks like or when she'll come.
When do you think she'll come?
I don't know, it doesn't say.
What does it say?
That France will be destroyed by an evil woman, but it will be saved by a young maiden. Wait, Papa will kill me.
Nostri et in olem beati, Maria et beate Johannes Baptiste, et sanctor apostolorum Petrus, et
Joan? Are you all right?
I have never seen you so reverent, dear child. Is there something you wish to confess?
No. It just felt wonderful to pray.
Come. I have never seen such piety at an early age.
What's happening in this picture, Father Monet?
This is the Battle of Agincourt. One of the darkest days in our history.
Why does God make the French suffer?
Come. Sit down. We suffer at the hands of man, not God. Our queen, from another land, has disowned her son and given her daughter in marriage to the English king.
Our queen is the woman in the legend, the one who will destroy France.
Come. This is France. We are here. This area is occupied by the English invaders. This is Burgundy.
The French make pacts with the English.
So all this fighting is to determine who is the rightful ruler of France.
I tell you, Emile, I look in front of me and all I see is France. So how can Burgundy claim this part and England that part? When it's all France. And we're all French. France should be whole.
What's happening?
There's refugees. I think they're from another village.
We need food. Shelter. The soldiers have burnt everything.
We have barely enough for ourselves. Move on.
Please! There are the children!
We have nothing to spare. Move on. Go!
Have pity.
My children are
Go home. Home. Now.
I want you to speak to your father.
My daughter will make an excellent wife.
What a bountiful meal.
Yes. Enough for everyone with plenty to spare.
Praise God, there is enough. But there's never plenty to spare.
Not even one crust of bread for a hungry child?
Not if the child is part of a mob. One small mercy would crack the dam, and in no time we would be flooded.
They could have been us, Papa.
And they would turn us away as they must. This is how it is.
Your daughter is very outspoken.
She's young. She'll outgrow it.
I will never outgrow simple decency. It's people like you who do nothing to stop the miseries of the world.
Joan.
Get out.
Do you remember 6 years ago when you saw me kneeling in this spot and you spoke to me?
as if it were yesterday.
You thought it was sudden piety. Was it? I had heard a voice, as clearly as I'm speaking to you now. It was St. Catherine. Her voice was beautiful, sweet, soft. She told me she was chosen to guide and counsel me. And that I must listen to what she was telling me because it was at the command of God. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid.
What have your voices said to you?
At first, they just told me that I must be a good child and go often to church. But now they're more insistent. And they tell me that I must prepare to leave. And that my destiny lies elsewhere.
And what do they say is your destiny?
They don't say. But they make me understand that our people have lost a sense of hope. Too willingly giving up their freedom. And that I'm meant to leave and Burgundians.
Take heed, people of Domremy! Take heed, people of Domremy! Burgundian soldiers approach!
Father, ring the bells, ring the warning bells.
They will attack by morning! Take heed! That name. Right above the Lord. Alert Sir Robert. Go! Go, go!
What about the water? Have you seen Emil? I thought he was with you. You wait here and search the ruins. I'm going back to the village. No, you mustn't.
He's my best and only friend. Was insistent on this. Dauphin Charles needs me, and I must go to him in Chinon.
Go to him? How?
I don't know, Father. No.
I gather we're a bit late.
Yes, Sir Robert. Just late enough to avoid any danger.
Just as your village avoids paying taxes.
You have not collected taxes because you have been hiding in your castle from the Burgundians.
If you had one, wouldn't you? Jean, be so kind as to take that livestock to the king in Chinon.
Get out, man.
We're going to Charles, Father. Bless me, Father.
Thank God. Thank you.
Bye, Mama.
Rather wholesome looking for a camp-following strumpet.
Is that what you're wanting, girl? To be the plaything of soldiers? Because he arrives in the ideal spot.
Please, sire. I offer no trouble, and I wish none in return. May I please just continue with the animals to Chinon?
Well, these animals are going nowhere except to the butchers inside Sir Robert's castle.
Sir Robert said the livestock was going to the Dauphin in Chinon.
If one man's pampered stomach gets more bloated than the other, what concern is it to you? Bertrand, unload the livestock.
I can see by your clothing, sire, that you're a man of substance. I implore you then to understand that I must go to Chinon to see the Dauphin, because he needs me.
Needs you.
I have a mission that's getting clearer by the hour.
You have a mission.
I must help the Dauphin claim his crown and unite the people of France.
Then I must take you to meet Sir Robert. You shall make your case to him. Come.
Thank you, sir.
Come.
Sir Robert, I present to you the Maid of Lorraine.
I understand that you're on your way to Chinon to crown the king and to unite the poor wretches of France.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Robert, someone must help the king claim his crown.
And what makes you think, you poor simple girl, that you would succeed when the king's loftiest advisors have failed?
Because I must. Just as you, Sir Robert, must send me there. Sir Robert, the Dauphin holds the future of France.
Why do you call him Dauphin? Crowned or not, Charles is our king, by right of blood. And if this inactive mongrel is ever going to be king, we have to start calling him king. Don't you think?
I think he has to believe he is king. He has to earn it.
Joan? Send her back to her father for a sound beating.
Yes, sir.
Please, Sir Robert.
I said go!
I suggest you go home, unless you want to see the Burgundians destroy this place too.
I thought bigger towns would contain bigger minds. I was wrong.
So you slept here all night and now you're hungry?
Yes.
You look strong enough to work. Come with me.
No. She's a child. She won't eat much. You can wait.
That one couldn't stop crying for 2 days and nights.
Maybe he just lost interest in crying.
People today stopped fighting for soup? No. You have a gift.
Heard about that? Why have the people of Vaucouleurs given up hope? Why don't they just seek help in another village?
From where, child? Every city, village, town. It's each man for himself.
I have an idea. The good French people of every town and village need shelter or fear attack.
I can't write as fast as you can talk.
Help us build defenses against those who destroy us.
What's your name, boy?
Noel, sir.
Noel? Whose name is on this declaration?
None, sir.
To the good French people of every town and village who need shelter or fear attack, come and be protected within the walls of Vaucouleurs and help us build defenses against those who would destroy us by dictate of the Maid of Lorraine.
A dictate of a fairy tale.
She is no fairy tale. She's flesh and blood, a maid from this very region.
They attack from the northwest and have all of these archers here to protect us.
Where are my eggs? My eggs.
There are no eggs, Sir Robert. Not since you turned that peasant girl away.
She stole my hens, thief?
The hens are here, but they refuse to lay. Not one egg for the lot of them.
Oh, sorry. Even my chickens turned against me, huh? Ah. What the devil have they done to my city?
It's the girl, sir. People have come from everywhere to defend us. They say she's the maid of Lorraine.
Bring her to me. You look like a man, and you look like you're dressed to go somewhere.
I'm ready to travel to Shino. And today's the day you will send me.
You're cracked to think that I would send you to Shino to see the king.
A few days ago, you sent me away from here. But now today, here I am again. Your invited guest. And Vaucouleurs is ready to defend itself. It's nothing that couldn't have been done before.
Why are you just standing there? I need to write. I am writing that I believe that you may be the Maid of Lorraine.
So Robert, please. I'm not the Maid of Lorraine.
Do you want to go or not? Do you want to go?
Yes.
I know how to tickle a regal brain. What you do when you get there is up to you. Jean? Sir. You were so kind as to deliver this young maid to me. Therefore, you shall deliver her to Charles.
So much has happened because of you.
May I call your attention to the skin, very crisp, and the meat, very tender. In a word, perfection.
Yes, Bertrand. You never fail to impress yourself.
I agree. I'm a marvel.
I've never had food cooked by a man before.
It's expected that a nobleman's squire might do a bit of everything.
I hadn't met a nobleman nor a squire until now.
Someone douse the fire. We don't need Burgundian troops joining our blankets.
All right, the chicken was tasty. Thank you.
Why for Charles?
Excuse me?
You could run away from home and put yourself in danger all for a would-be king who cares nothing for you.
I don't expect him to care for me. I expect him to care for the French people. His people.
Yeah, I know. Nothing will change until France and Burgundy unite under one king and force the English out.
And Charles is our last hope.
God help us all.
If you don't believe in what I'm doing, then why are you following me?
Following? Yeah, Father. I'm leading you, remember? Once you're safely in Shino, I'm going home. Not a part of your fantasy.
Where are we?
Orléans, the gateway to what's left of our country. See the smoke from the villages? Someone's burning their way there.
The English.
Once they've taken Orléans, they'll finally be able to cross the River Loire. France's doom will be sealed.
Then we have no time to lose.
I've always wanted to visit the Loire Valley. Not one of my better ideas. I think we should turn back.
There's two ways to Chinon, across or around.
We have to take the most direct route to Chinon.
This is my convoy, and my responsibility to get us to Chinon. Alive. We're gonna camp here for the night, and then in the morning we'll take the route around.
Sorry.
She's gonna get us killed. This is not the work of the Burgundians. It's the Black Knights, filthy English.
The Church of St. Catherine. St. Catherine is my patron saint. She speaks to me.
Who are you?
Nobody?
A bit modest, don't you think?
No.
I only agreed to this because I felt I owed it to you. But now this, St. Catherine's sword? Where's all this going?
I don't know. I'm just taking it as it comes.
Well, it's an hour before daybreak. I think we should go.
The Maid of Lorraine?
No.
Save us! Save us! Save us, please!
Lord England was cold, but your precious Burgundy can chill the bone as deep as the foulest winds of Scotland.
Therein lies the problem with you invaders. Never satisfied. Why this urgent visit?
You diverted troops from my siege at Orléans to chase after a girl.
Not just a girl. The Maid of Lorraine.
Don't embarrass yourself, Philip. The Maid of Lorraine is a fairy tale. A bedtime story for children. And simpletons.
This girl has thwarted my siege at Vaucouleurs. Now she marches on Chinon. She must not get to Charles, whatever it takes.
I thought we were superstitious. You French are worse.
Never underestimate the power of a myth, my friend. We must find the maid and kill her.
In the name of England! Where are you headed?
Hold there. Get down. Search the wagon.
Well now, are you the maid? Is your peasant daughter still a maid?
Take her away!
Leave her. Leave her. Peasant dogs!
Come on, run! There's black knights. Let's get out of here. How many? Too many. Let's go. Sire! Leave everything. Leave the pack horse. Come on, Bertrand. Take him across the river. I'll distract him. Go.
John! John! Yeah! Get off your horses!
Get off the horse, you're too heavy! Get off the horse,
Black Knight, let's go! Push! Raymond! Joey, let's go!
Raymond!
Deliver this message to no one but the Dauphin. Poor Louis. He has no anger for Raymond. He's just blandly riding off delivering that preposterous message.
He believes in that message, as he does you.
I don't know what I'm going to say.
You'll know it when you need it. I grew up in Sir Robert's castle, believing it was the world, wishing there was more. Now I know there is, and I'm very grateful for it.
You're still leaving.
I'm gonna take it as it comes.
It's not fair, you know. The church has so many clever means of raising revenue. The most endearing is the plenary indulgence, paying to ransom poor grandmama's soul from purgatory. And people are grateful to pay.
His Majesty trivializes the power of holy intercession.
Speaking of the power to collect money, if I need revenue, I must levy taxes. People complain.
His Majesty can collect revenue by force. The Church can collect only through faith.
Ah, but it is you who wield the sharper sword. I can only frighten them with prison. You can frighten them with hell.
As His Majesty's spiritual advisor, I would caution the King against feeling too competitive with the Church.
Surely His Majesty does not mean to disparage our tax-collecting efforts. Considering the endless war, the loss of taxable land, the slaughter of taxable men, and the cost of an army that depletes our resources while lacking the will to fight, I think we do rather well.
I cannot stand that woman's laugh. Have her removed.
Why don't you shoo away all of these overquaffed toadies?
Because of my body warmth, and this room is so drafty.
What did I do? Why us?
This way. Sorry, ladies. Thank you.
Wait. Not you.
From Sir Robert de Baudricourt, with salutations and fealty to His Majesty Charles VII.
Well, well. De Baudricourt has sent us the Maid of Lorraine. Not precisely from Lorraine, but close enough to keep her in the hunt. I've tried the Maid of Lorraine ploy before. I've even recruited a few candidates myself. But it's never worked.
You will, of course, not receive the latest candidate.
And why not?
The Church has little tolerance for self-proclaimed icons.
Yes, but it's de Baudricourt who makes the claim. The girl's position on the matter is quite unknown to you, dear Bishop. Perhaps I will see her.
As His Majesty's Church-appointed spiritual advisor, I advise His Majesty not to take lightly the advice of his Church-appointed spiritual advisor.
And as His Majesty's military advisor, I have always opposed the Maid of Lorraine tactic. Toying with people's fantasies is a tricky business.
But what if this one's credible? Baudricourt endorses her. He's no fool. If she wears the part well, the people might rally. The troops might rally. Even I might rally. We could finally budge from this giant chamber pot and go where we belong. Reims.
She did come all this way. No sense being rude.
The esteemed Sir Robert de Baudricourt has sent us a girl he claims to be the Maid of Lorraine, on a mission from God. But our eminent bishop rightfully insists upon proof. So, we will put her to the test in front of the entire court. Yes, you, La Tremoille, will be seated on the throne, and I shall be mingling with the assemblage. If she ferrets the true king, she will have proven herself divinely inspired.
His Majesty's, how shall I put it, boyish demeanor is legend. She'll spot you at once. And then?
And then... won't it be fun? You should not be so dreary. If nothing else, the crowd will find it miraculous. It will reinforce their faith in God. And what's wrong with that?
There may be no harm in seeing the girl.
Only the girl.
What is your name, child?
I am Joan d'Arc of Domremy, your worship. May I speak to the Dauphin? Alone?
Shall I bid the others go?
Pull the door shut when you leave, eh, Bishop?
My Dauphin. I've been sent by God to tell you that you must claim your crown and unite the people of France.
And why do you imagine God has chosen you for this holy mission?
I don't know, but I do understand why he's been so insistent. The English have begun a siege at Orléans. If the siege falls, you will never get to Reims, and you will never be the king.
Do you presume to think that this is news to me?
Then why haven't you sent your army to raise the siege?
I can't. I haven't the money or the means. Besides, no one believes in France anymore. They're tired of fighting.
You must have faith, my Dauphin, and the people of France will follow. They're hungry for someone to believe in. I saw it at Vaucouleurs. Did you know they rallied behind me? A farm girl? They will rally behind you.
That has not been the case. Why do you claim to be the maid of Lorraine?
I'm not the maid of Lorraine, my daughter.
No. Of course you're not the maid, but people say you are. Why?
Because they need someone to believe in.
Why do you call the king Dauphin?
It is the title given to the rightful heir of the throne.
Clever. It's not easy being king when people neither love you nor fear you, just follow you, because you're all they have.
God wants you to be king, my Dauphin.
I always thought I would be a good king.
Lift the siege at Orléans and go in triumph to Reims.
Actually, there might be one way. The army would never follow the Dauphin, but they would follow the Maid of Lorraine.
But I'm not the maid.
You'll have to learn to stop saying that.
I don't know how to lead an army.
You'll have to learn that, too. You'll be surrounded by knights and commanders. You won't have to do much. Just be the maid.
God did not send me for this.
How do you know? Couldn't this be God's plan? You were sent here to convince me to claim my crown. I'm convinced, but Orléans stands in the way. I can't rally an army to lift the siege, but the Maid of Lorraine can.
God would not want me to live such a lie.
But is it a lie? If God has sent you to lead the French army to victory, then might it stand to reason that you are the maid? Or were you not really sent by God?
I was sent by God, my Dauphin, I assure you.
I'll need proof. Can you give me a sign?
An hour? What can they possibly be talking about?
She's the one. She's the one we've been waiting for. God has sent her to lead my army.
A rather impulsive statement, Your Majesty.
She showed me a sign. A sign from God.
What sign?
I'm sworn to silence. Surely a man as devout as you wouldn't expect me to bring about to God. If only we could be certain of her purity.
The church is the best arbiter of such things. We can send her to the convent of Poitiers to be examined.
Precisely.
Poitiers is a perilous journey.
Which is why you will accompany her with an armed escort, dear friend.
My mission continues.
And so does mine.
What if she fails?
If she fails, she's just a deranged farm girl. What if she succeeds?
We observe that she is chaste.
These men are clerics of the university.
I do not know A from B.
What do your voices tell you?
That it is God's will to deliver the people of
If it
France.
be God's will, then there is no need for soldiers.
Soldiers will fight, and God will give them a great victory.
We find nothing heretical.
Her claims to divine guidance.
We find in her only ardent faith, honesty,
and none has a right to reject this maid.
Who Who are all these people?
The men that responded to the king's call for troops. To follow the Maid of Lorraine. Raise your arms, Joan. Raise them high.
All I did was raise my arms and thousands of men shouted out with one single voice.
You could have stood on your head and gotten the same result. They were eager to believe.
Mother Babette, do you believe I'm the Maid of Lorraine?
I believe in the girl inside the costume. And I think she should believe in herself and not in legends.
Why did you agree to join me?
You have the purest heart of any child I've ever known. And I fear what men might do with that.
I'm not afraid.
Which is why I am.
Is that her? Is that the maid?
You damn nobles are all alike. You never bring me in until it's too late. You're the double knife in.
You'll have a fine chance for riches, considering your arch enemy has taken Les Touraine. Sir William Glasdale. Capture him and you'll fetch a great price.
If I meet up with Glasdale, I promise you, you can sell him off in pieces. Well, she certainly looks the part, if there is a she under all that.
And what part are you, sir?
This is Captain Lahire. I've engaged him to lead the mission to Orléans.
To lead?
Don't worry, you'll be out front for all the cheering. But around here, grown men come in.
If you'll excuse us, my dear, the captain and I have work to do. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Leaving? You won't be with us in Orléans?
Him? He's a military advisor. He sends other people off to die.
Shouldn't you be in bed, child?
No one must know what's being planned for myself and the men who've come to
You may
fight.
stay, or you may go. But be quiet.
The captain needs to concentrate, my dear.
We know the English have taken Les Tourelles. They've practically closed the circle around Orléans, but this news is 3 days late. It takes about 4 days to get there. We have 12,000 men. Half of them useless. That leaves us with a
Pardon
force.
me? I've made this journey. We can't get there in 4 days with all the livestock for the troops and the people of Orléans.
We only take enough livestock to feed the troops. Our objective is to raise the siege, not to feed the masses.
Well, how long will it take? A week to travel, another to prepare, and then how long to win? If we don't feed them, they will die.
My dear, you are neither a commander nor a soldier. All you have to do is play the maid and try not to get yourself killed.
I'm not pretending, sir. I'm here by the will of God, with the authority of the king and the blessings of the church. And I say that the people of Orléans must be fed.
The circle's almost closed. We better hurry.
Yes, we need to attack now.
Southwest gate is still free. We can get the food inside.
Under a hail of arrows from English archers.
They won't attack. Look at those campfires. The English have grown lazy. They're not prepared to fight. If we go inside peacefully, there's not even a chance that they can react. Then we can make our plans from inside Orleans.
I've had enough of this. I don't take orders from women or children. And you're both. Go back home or stay out of my way.
You want to command this army without me? Go ahead. There's not a single soldier who'll risk his life for you if I'm not by your side. You're my captain, Captain. We do this together.
All right? But half the army will stay behind to cover our tracks. Dumetz, keep the men ready to charge in case we get in trouble. If we get inside, stay here. Wait for the signal to attack.
Joan won't be going with us?
What could it be? I don't know, but there's a bloody great lot of them.
Get Sir William!
Idiot. You just let the Maid of Lorraine into Orleans.
Prepare for battle!
Must be. East.
Better open the south gate. Closing ranks. They're getting ready for us.
Suppose it's too late to turn back?
Around the city of Orleans. You have no right to be in this kingdom of France. The King of Heaven sends you warning through me, Joan. If you obey, I shall grant you mercy. If you refuse, I shall raise a war cry against you that will be remembered forever. If you refuse, I shall raise a war cry against you that will be remembered forever. I shall not write further.
And who do you think you're going to send to deliver this? Not one of my men. Maybe one of God's angels will take it for you. They are, after all, already in heaven.
I'll take it. For Raymond. Return. Give this to our mama.
I promise.
What they do to that boy. You filled him with righteous nonsense.
They won't kill him. He's worth the ransom the French can always be counted on to pay.
We should have heard from them by now.
You need to attack as quickly as possible.
No, we must give the English a chance to leave peacefully.
Leave. Peacefully. Look at them. With each passing moment, they become more organized, more prepared to fight. We still have an advantage. 5,000 men on the south bank of the Loire. We must strike now.
If there's even a chance of winning without shedding blood, then we have to try it, Captain.
Listen to me. I was at Agincourt. I've seen the English at their best. We were 4,000 strong. Glory of France. Our men and horses and heavy armor, banners held high. We rode to meet the English invaders. But it had rained all night. And the field of battle was muddy. And the mud ensnared our horses and our men. There were only 500 of them, but their armor was lighter. And their methods... methods. They slaughtered us like pigs. Even after we had surrendered.
We should strike hard and fast, Captain. But not the smaller forts. We should win Le Tourelle first.
It's a fortress. It's designed to keep people out.
The English got in. It's our forts. We built it. Surely we can find some weakness.
Find one, and I'll consider it.
Is there anyone we can talk to?
No. Well, there was. Victor, the gatekeeper. He grew up here. He lived in Littorel, but...
What?
He has the plague.
Keep this on. You mustn't take it off. And touch nothing. You hear me? Nothing. And this cloak. Burn it as you're leaving. For God's sakes, child, be careful. Don't worry about it. I'll be all right.
I'd heard you'd come, but I wasn't sure.
Now you know. Do you know anything? The walls?
The walls are high and strong. There's no weaknesses. We were very proud of that.
The English. How did they get in?
Trickery. Instead of night, they hid. Fooled the men into lowering the drawbridge. They swarmed inside. It's nothing we could do.
There must be a weakness. Some way to get in that nobody knows about.
It's impenetrable. Like a stone chimney.
Chimney? Was there ever a fire?
No, we were very careful. It wasn't even straw on the ground.
The ramparts, what are they made of?
Wood.
Thank you, Victor. From all of your countrymen. Thank you.
Dear maid.
Yes.
Bless me.
God brings you peace.
Yes. This will protect you.
Thank you, Mother. Okay. They're bedding the horses down inside Le Tourelle. We need to set fire to the hay. The smoke will force them to lower the drawbridge.
And we'll be waiting for them outside. Makes sense.
We will take Le Tourelle first.
Don't get so excited. Hoping to get a flame over the wall into a bale of hay is like trying to predict where lightning will strike.
But it's a good plan.
If it works, it's a good plan. But while you're planning it, the rest of us will fight like soldiers.
Then promise me that we will wait another day for their response.
Joan.
Peter! What's happening?
We're preparing for battle. Captain Lahir's orders.
Where is he?
He's with the Count Dunois.
I thought we had an agreement, Captain.
Explain it to them. There's the answer to your letter. They're sending for reinforcements. We attack now.
He's hot-headed. He'll lead us to our deaths.
He's survived many battles. He must know what he's doing. Has he ever fought a battle for God? Who knows how God chooses his soldiers? Look at us.
Let's see what this boy has to offer.
How much longer do we have to wait?
Till we hear the signal.
What if the trumpeter's lips are frozen?
Then you'll be spared from combat, old friend, and live to see another day.
Right now, dying and going to hell sounds very cozy. Didn't mean that.
You're afraid, Bertrand? I've never seen you afraid.
It's a long time ago since I trained to be a knight. Didn't succeed, and now I've forgotten what I know.
It'll all come back to you. The moment you see those ramparts lined with rows and rows of English archers.
Oh, I should have worked harder at becoming a knight.
Well then, you would not have become my squire, and I would not have known true friendship.
Don't be sentimental, Joan. You scare me out of my wits.
We have to get into battle position.
What about the signal?
There's your signal. Everybody, battle positions! Let's go!
Dominus vobiscum, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
You didn't pray, Captain.
I don't need prayers. I watched brave men pray to live and die in agony. And I watched wounded men pray to die and have to live in agony. I watched my own back. And now, maybe even yours.
It's open!
There's no need! Look!
You're up!
Oh my God. The ladders must not reach the wall.
The flame must strike here.
I can do that.
As soon as we set fire, we must find the leader who'll suffocate.
Yes, sir.
These men are willing to die for you. Perhaps you should say something to them.
Be of good hearts, my friends! Today our noble king will have a great victory! Because we are guided by the King of Heaven! We're all in God's hands! Even those who choose to think otherwise. For God and France!
Her banner is up. It's time.
Open the gate!
out of here!
Why can't I hear our men fight?
My men have pulled back.
Let's take off our armor.
Help me up. Break the tip off the arrow. Work off the trip.
You'll bleed to death.
Work it off.
Joan, one can't.
Wait.
Tight down on this.
Easy, 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 easy.
Get me up!
Get her up!
My horse.
You can't ride a horse now.
My horse. My banner. Remember, once we get inside, we have to find Louis. I am the maid.
In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, I pronounce you man and wife. Go in peace, my
God has blessed me with healthy sons who have taken for themselves healthy wives. Well, 2 of 3 so far. Next will be our Pierre. To the sons. Jacques d'Arc.
To my sister Joan, the maid of Lorraine.
To the wives of my sons. Though they be not of my flesh, these 2 young lasses are more daughter to me than one who thinks she's as good as a man and better than her own blood. God puts us where he wants us. And by God, it's up to us to stay there and make the best of it.
You saved my life. But you took away my honor.
The honor of killing another man?
Of killing that man. It's what I've lived for.
Is that sort of honor worth dying for, Captain?
Yes.
Then the sum of your life would have been just that. How many men died yesterday, Captain? On both sides? 1,000? 5,000?
What did you expect? A holy war is still a war.
Were those who fought for England any less noble than those who fought for France?
You're asking me?
No, Captain. I'm asking God.
Vere dignum et justum est, icum et salutare, nos tibi semper. Ubique gratias, ere, Domini Sancti, Pater Omnipotens, Aeterni Deus. Per Jesum Christum Dominum nostrum.
calling for you and will not be pacified.
It's the king's glory, not mine.
Come, it's everyone's victory, and it will be over in a few hours. Surely this is easier than your day at Orleans.
In some ways, dear Bishop, I wish this were Orleans. There I had a purpose, I knew my place. I had a dictate from God to lead my army to victory, and I did.
Doing God's work is not always so rousing or grand. You may find that the hardest things you are called upon to do will be the quiet ones that have no tribes. Such as living at court, or standing behind your king, or simply being a symbol. I know a good deal about all of that. But this work is every bit as important as the other, and it has its rewards, my child. You can learn to read and write, you can learn the discipline of a religious order, so that you may be worthy to know the true will of God.
Bishop, I already know the true will of God. He instructs me directly through his voices.
Your conviction that these voices are a direct communion with the Lord our God is not only naive, but dangerous. You are very young, lacking religious training and the guidance of the Church. You are incapable of judging the purity of these voices. You cannot, must not, put your trust in them.
Why not?
Because it is human nature to believe in the divinity of the messenger rather than the message. This could lead you to the sins of arrogance and pride, and ipso facto corrupt the message.
Then what about Poitiers? The church examined me. They said that my voices were real, a miracle. You said so yourself.
And so they are. Your belief in your voices has given faith to others. In the eyes of the Church, that which produces faith is a miracle. But it does not mean that your voices were from Dear girl, I sense in you an excellent mind. I entreat you to rise above the simple thinking of a country girl. If you are to do God's work, you must strive to understand the difference.
Then everything since Poitiers has been a lie. You said my voices were a miracle, so people believed in this miracle, and in me.
Don't judge harshly. Join your king atop the steps of the cathedral. And from there, look into the faces of all the believers who have come to honor your incredible achievement. And then you will see your miracle.
People have come from all over France for this great occasion. You can't imagine how far some people have come.
There.
Ah. Let me see you. You must be feeling better. Was it all the excitement? It was exciting.
How's Mama? Papa?
They're doing well. Everybody looks up to them now. Strangers pass through just to see the house where you once lived.
Let's think of something for you to bring home tomorrow.
I won't be going home. I didn't have the courage to tell them, but I want to join the army and fight beside you.
No, Pierre.
But why?
No!
I'll make a great soldier. I will. I'll prove to...
It has nothing to do with that. You probably want to fight because you think that it means something. You think that what I did was glorious. That's just what they want you to think. ones who used me. I let them.
What are you saying? Because of you, we finally have a king, and France is no longer a dream. I've heard people call themselves Frenchmen. Not what town, not what region, but their country. And you did that. We all think you did it for us. Are we wrong?
Oh, you're right. It's all and always for the people. Just needed you to tell me that.
No, don't lunge!
I surrender.
Pierre's going to be the best soldier in all of France.
You don't look like someone on the way to a banquet.
Because I'm not.
Well, the king was quite insistent. Your presence is important.
He talks flocking their latest feathers. I have no reason to attend.
Suppose I gave you a reason.
What?
Charles has made a treaty with Philip, giving him the district of Champagne. Isn't Domremy right on that border?
The crown is on His Majesty's head, yet the jewels are on the tip of his tongue.
Maid Joan,
Yes?
we need to settle a question. When St. Catherine and St. Margaret come to you, do they have arms and legs, or do they float above the ground?
They are as complete in body as they are in spirit. Your Majesty, what would you call a baker who slices his cake while it's still in the oven?
I would call him not a baker.
What would you call a king who slices up his kingdom while others are fighting to unite it for him? Your Majesty, why would France sign a treaty with Burgundy? I fought to unite all of France, not to make pacts with its bits and pieces.
Burgundy has promised us Paris, our beloved capital, and they have agreed to a 1-month cessation of conflict.
Yes, but Philip will use the time to fortify Paris, not to retreat from it.
You overstep yourself. It is not your place to question the king's authority.
It is God's will that France is united. Not even the king has the right to challenge God's
I will
authority.
strongly counsel this girl or any unenlightened mortal against stating what is or is not God's will.
And what if God speaks for himself?
Your voices, yes. Answer me, child. How are we to rely on them?
You can trust experience. Captain Lahir, has my counsel ever been wrong?
No, my friend. Not yet. But perhaps you count too much on your voices. Good soldiering was as responsible for your successes as any prayers. And I worry one day you will call God's name and charge, and there will be no one there to watch your back.
Your Majesty, let me march on Paris with my brave army of Frenchmen and defend what is rightfully ours.
You presume to order the king?
Not order. Entreat in the name of God.
You presume to speak for God?
Not for him, from him.
You are perilously close to heresy.
When did truth become heresy?
All heretics believe they speak the truth.
Does that include bishops?
You ask for eternal damnation!
If she's a heretic, what does that make me? It must be made clear to all here present that I would never knowingly break a lawful agreement. No matter how grateful I and all of France are to you, no matter how magnificent it would be to have a truly united country. But we are deeply touched by the loyalty that beats in the heart of this virtuous subject.
What's she going to do? She's going to Paris. What? She's going to
Charles's treaty with Burgundy was a death warrant for Champagne. At the moment, thousands of French loyalists are being slaughtered. If we welcome you, we can do it with a similar fate. The next time Charles needs a pawn in his game.
You're France's capital. We must set an example. Paris must swear allegiance to Charles.
Paris's only allegiance is with the citizens of Paris. We, the aldermen of this great city, command you to leave us in peace.
Command? You dare command Joan the maid? We will enter Paris by any means.
Be warned. The city is well armed. The men of Paris, every soldier, merchant, and tailor will rise against you.
Don't respond. Leave yourself room.
Tell the tailors to put down their needles and take up their swords. The army of God is at hand. No, we attack at dawn.
Are you sure about this?
Yes.
But it's Sunday. It's a sacrilege to fight on the Lord's Day.
Burgundians may yet return. I can't believe that God would want us to wait. You seem troubled, Captain.
Yes, I'm troubled. Attacking Paris is madness. The walls are too high. Our ladders may not even reach the top. And as for me, I'm paid to fight soldiers, not tradesmen.
Are you still, after all, just a mercenary?
Paris is neither an enemy nor a threat.
Our Lord said, "He who is not with me is against me."
With Jesus or with Joan?
If you don't believe in me, leave.
At Agincourt, I lost my faith in my country. I came to believe in myself. At Orleans, I lost my faith in myself. I came to believe in you. We are now both utterly alone. May I have the courage
much to admit it.
I will assume his command.
We're getting slaughtered! We have to fall back, Joan! We must!
I love thee, knight, Sir Bertrand.
I regret having missed the spirited conversation between yourself and our dear young maid.
More spirited in the telling, no doubt, than in the actuality.
No doubt. I've been giving much thought to the pastoral needs of our brethren in the north. The district of Compiègne, in spiritually deficient Burgundy, is further deprived by its lack of a bishop. Now, it strikes me that they could benefit from the moral authority of a prelate, not unlike yourself.
I'm honored by the Archbishop's endorsement, but I am quite content with my appointment to the King's Court.
I was not, in fact, soliciting your opinion on the matter. I'm transferring you to Beauvais in the district of Compiègne. You will henceforth be their bishop.
I am being sent into exile. My words against the maid have embarrassed the church that sanctioned her.
The church needs your services in the north, my dear Cochon.
It's a wicked game. I have but one card left to play.
I must make it count.
She's asked for leave to visit her family. You've given her no reply.
I have no reply. Until we clean up her mess, Joan is to stay at court. I may still need her.
Please give me a sign. I've done everything that you asked. What did I do wrong? I don't understand. Please give me a sign. Why won't you answer me?
Noble adversaries, I've come to apologize. We promised you peace, and, well, it has not quite gone as we'd hoped.
Yes.
Quite.
Let us address the treaty you broke when you sent the maid to attack Paris.
I was as shocked as you. She's a headstrong girl, this Joan. And so immensely popular.
Where is this leading? Get to the point.
The point, sir, is that I have come to propose a 30-day cessation of conflict among our three factions. This time, no exceptions.
And what, may one ask, would be the benefit for Burgundy?
And England?
In your territories are cities still loyal to me. If there is a treaty, I would not be able to defend them, would I? There would be nothing to stop you from taking them.
You're very kind. But what's to prevent our taking them anyway? What them?
Then I promise that you have not yet seen the full power of the Maid.
Your Majesty, the cities you have just condemned will send appeals for your help.
And when I ignore them, they will turn to the Maid. Tell Joan she may leave court to visit her family, and when she returns, we would like to confer a very special honor. Godspeed, dear Bishop.
You are the most cunning man I have ever known, perhaps the most ruthless. You have betrayed me for Joan, and you will betray her as well once she has outlived her use.
Oh, you speak nonsense, old friend. Joan is the Maid. Do you forget? She is going to unite all of France behind me.
Poor deluded Joan, she has no idea she has put a monster on the throne. Those are my last words as Your Majesty's spiritual advisor.
Can I help, Mama?
Oh, no, sit. You're a guest.
What if I don't wish to be a guest?
Left this outside. I fed your horse. Beautiful animal.
It's a simple meal, but it's hearty.
Isabel, stop making apologies for the way we live.
Is the King's Court as beautiful as they say?
Well, nothing is as beautiful as home.
That you had said that to Pierre.
Pierre made his own choices, Papa.
He followed a dream. Yours.
You still call me a dreamer after all.
After all you have done? What have you done? Beyond making yourself into an idol.
I've pledged my life to unite France.
And sacrificed your brother in the bargain.
Don't say that.
is my son. What do you want from me?
I want forgiveness. Sweet Saint Catherine, I beg forgiveness for the sin of pride. Please bring me absolution from our Lord God and from my Father. Please return to me, dear patron saint. Please give me guidance and show me the way to my destiny.
I would have expected Beauvais to have a grander cathedral. God resides here, nevertheless, with room enough for visitors, even the English regent. And my personal chaplain. We have a religious question that you might settle. I need to apprehend and eliminate a certain villainous girl, but she must be destroyed in name as well as body. I have heard that you may regard this selfsame girl as a heretic. So I find myself wondering, might the Church be helpful in this matter?
The Church does not kill.
The Inquisition is burning heretics by the bushel.
The Inquisition merely locates dead branches on the tree of Mother Church and then brings in civil authorities to do the pruning.
Meaning you would agree to try her?
Were she to be captured in my diocese, my duty would be to fight for the salvation of her immortal soul.
I would expect nothing more or less.
You are leaving because I denied you forgiveness.
No, Papa. I'm living because I have a calling. Because this is what God meant for me to do. Because this is what I'm compelled to do.
And Spear did what he was compelled to do.
Papa. I'm afraid to leave. Even more than I was before.
You will bravely face whatever life hands you. How could you not? You are a daughter of Jacques d'Arc. Be well, my daughter. Be well.
You've changed.
My council has told me that my work is not yet finished.
They returned to you?
Yes. They told me that Charles will betray me. And that he must do this so that he can fully be king. My darkest time lies ahead. It's all a part of God's plan. And everything will be fine in the end.
I encountered a messenger with a letter for you from the citizens of Compiègne.
Can you read it?
Yes. To Blessed Joan the Maid from the citizens of Compiègne, hear our cry. Philip has invaded, his troops are upon us. We have written many pleas to the king without reply. Save us, dear maid, from the wrath of the Burgundians in the name of God.
So it begins.
Though you were born a common girl, your courage and virtue are surpassed by none. It is one of the great mysteries of the world that nobility of birth is often accorded more credit than nobility of character. But as king, I have the power to alter that inequity. Joan, who is sometimes called Joan d'Arc and the Maid of Lorraine, we do hereby confer upon you the title of Noble of the Realm, with all of the rights and privileges appertinent thereto. And in gratitude, the crown exempts for 300 years hence all taxes on the village of your birth. And the title shall pass on to all of your descendants, so your name will live on well after you. Kneel, Joan. From this day onward, you shall be known as Joan de Lys, the flower of France. Now rise.
Your Majesty, why do you ignore the plight of your loyal subjects in Compiègne?
It's not a choice. I was forced to sign a treaty after our little misadventure in Paris. And even if I were to choose to violate it, I haven't the resources. Our troops are all fighting up north. Our finances are depleted. Our cities are overrun with refugees and plague. I've discovered that getting the crown is one matter, but keeping it, quite another.
I'm still commander of your army. Why don't you send me to liberate them?
Yes. Yes, I must do right by all my subjects, whatever the risk.
Their king is very compassionate.
How quickly can you leave?
As soon as an army can be assembled.
I'm afraid all I can spare is a small army of 200. But I will send for Captain Lahire to bring a larger army from the north. You can rendezvous at Compiègne.
It'll be good to fight again. With the right men. The right reasons.
Well then.
Your Majesty.
Joan. You don't have to do this.
The day we met, we spoke of God's plan. And we still have to play our parts. Whatever you do by the will of God. Know that I know that.
Jean, I have a map of Compiègne here.
Jean, you have to listen to me. We may not have the chance to speak again. If I'm captured or killed, you must not risk yourself or the lives of our men to save me. I know that this is hard for you to understand, but you must stand behind Charles. Promise me that you will finish what we started. Swear it.
They hear approaches.
Indians.
As I told you.
So, this is the maid. Why have you stopped eating?
I've heard that you intend to sell me to the English.
Rumors in a place like this are like water, not to be trusted.
I'd rather die than be an English hound.
What will it take to make you eat?
I will eat if you send a message to the king telling him of my situation.
So that he may shed a tear.
So that he will do what God expects of him next.
And what may that be?
Why don't you send the message and find out?
Impudent.
Enough!
I was venturing in the south when I heard of this. I returned as quickly as possible.
No, you'll catch a chill.
You have duped my son into your dreadful game. This girl is not a threat. There will be no sail to England. Come with me. Did you sleep well?
Yes, madam.
No, I've had those wretched clothes removed. Now, if these do not fit, or are not to your taste, new clothes will be made.
I must have my own clothes back, madam.
My dear, if you are to be my personal charge, I must ask for a bit more cooperation.
What is it you want?
Want? Well, I want to go to heaven. My dear, I was a pious young girl who hoped to be a nun, but my family would have none of it. So God had to learn to share me with others, too. And I fear he's not always come first. Now my time is short. Judgment Day draws nearer. I must strengthen my defense. If I can keep God's blessed young maid from the hands of the English, perhaps he will grant me mercy.
How will madame keep me out of the hands of the English?
I expect we'll find a way together. You know, very interested in understanding you. I would like to discover what's inside of a child who is touched by God. Tell me about your saints. What do their voices sound like?
They're kind and gentle.
And when they speak, do other people hear them?
No, only me.
But haven't they failed you in allowing you to be captured?
I did not wish to be captured, but it's God's will, a part of his plan.
What could his plan possibly be?
I'm told that Charles and I are being tested, and that soon I'm going to have to choose my own path.
It must be a remarkable thing to know within your own lifetime you were born a legend.
I believe I would die if I could not serve others.
My dearest girl, I have prayed for a daughter, but God never answered my prayer. Until now, perhaps. You are so clever and so brave. You are capable of more possibilities than you even imagine. Let me take you in hand. You will be educated. You will be taught manners. You will be introduced into society. And at the same time, you will train with your arms. You will continue to study. Continue to study the art of war. You will not be hemmed in as you were in France. There will be no judgment about your manly interests here. You will not be toyed with by schemers who resent you even as they use you. You'll be completely celebrated for everything that you are, not in spite of it.
But in France, I'm free, and here I'm a prisoner.
Well, only until you are ready to be free, until you allow yourself to accept this splendid new life, then I'm sure you will. Because, my dearest girl, you are offered only two choices, you know. Allow Burgundy to embrace you, or England to kill you.
Why would Burgundy embrace me?
You will lead our army to victory.
My dearest lady, all of this has been in the belief that I would fight against soldiers I once led, topple a king I once crowned.
I do care so much for this vile pretender who used you and abandoned you. Why?
Because only through me can you learn how to be a good king.
Is it not possible that God might want the French people united, but not necessarily under France? Can you be sure that that crown belongs to Charles and not to, say, Philip?
I assure you, madame, the correct man is wearing the crown.
No, he is a fool. He has no right to be king.
Sire, His Majesty is retired.
I've been waiting weeks to see him. I want to know what he intends to do about Joan. Where is he? Where are you?
Retired.
You brought her to this.
I must be brief. I know that you will not come to the side of Burgundy. So, beware and prepare. The English will take you. The church will try you for heresy. If you remember nothing else, you remember these words. Our Lord first served. Say them. Our Lord first served. Turn them over, study these words. They are your key to survival. Only these words will save you. Now you'll pray with me.
Why am I kept under English guard? Shouldn't I be moved to a church prison where I may receive the sacraments?
These English have decided, due to the gravity of the charges against you, that you be guarded here. They claim it is for your own safety.
Who are all of these men?
Learned ecclesiastics will act as assessors at your trial.
And you, dear Bishop, how do you come to be here?
By special arrangement.
To do what?
To continue the conversation we began at the King's banquet.
The English will do everything they can to destroy Joan. This will stop. We have no official sanction.
Any man captured will face certain death.
I cannot pay much. But what I can, I will.
There will be no pay. If you fight, it is for your belief. Nothing else.
I'll go to the right.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Brothers in Christ, the charges in this case are grave. The accused is called a sorceress, a false prophet, a blasphemer. She is charged with inciting men to war, with discarding the decencies and proprieties of her sex, with beguiling both princes and people, with usurping divine honors and causing herself to be venerated. You will be presented with a young girl who claims she speaks with saints, all bearing instruction directly from God. And it is here that you must tread delicately. Because while it is remotely possible that the girl is divinely inspired, the Holy Inquisitor's experience suggests she has more likely been corrupted by the sins of arrogance and pride. I advise you not to look for the usual excesses of wanton behavior, nor the outward marks of evil. Instead, look at her excesses of religion and charity. I warn you that the girl is neither liar nor hypocrite. She believes she has been instructed by God to commit the acts which form the basis of the charges against her. To be certain that these things are not heaven-sent, you must expose the sin of pride. That is difficult with this girl because her pride sits side by side with her innate humility. I entreat you to guard against your natural compassion. It will cloud your judgment. But neither should you indulge yourselves in anger or pity, for that is the ultimate goal of evil. The only guide that will serve you well is mercy. It will help you to learn the truth, to know what is right, and to help you save her immortal soul. Produce the accused. How are your spirits, Joan?
They would be better were I in a church prison as I'm entitled. I'm burdened of these shackles which seem excessive in these surroundings.
They are for your own protection.
How am I protected? I've been denied an advocate and I'm the only witness in my own defense.
Unfortunately, you have been charged in English court. Any French witnesses you might call would be seized and hanged if they showed themselves at the gates of Rouen.
As to your other requests, recognizing that you are untaught and therefore possibly at a disadvantage in front of these learned men, I grant you leave to choose a person from among their number to help you with counsel and advice.
As you would grant leave of a lamb to ask help from a wolf.
I remind the accused and the public of the serious nature of this trial. Are we to glean that you are declining the offer of counsel?
You may so glean.
Note that in the record. Now kneel and make an oath to answer with exact truthfulness all questions asked of you.
No. For I do not know what will be asked of me. You may ask things that I cannot reveal.
Swear with your hand upon the Gospels to answer truthfully all questions asked of you.
I will gladly answer all things, Bishop. Except the revelations which are meant only for my king.
You may make an oath in your own fashion.
God command you to put on men's clothing?
My clothing is a small matter, one of the least. But it was done at our Lord's bidding.
Will you wear a woman's dress if we give you one?
Send me home to my mother and I will wear anything you like. Bishop, these are not serious questions.
It's not possible. We can dispense with the clothing at this time. Turn to your voices and visions. When did they begin?
The church has already examined me on this at Poitiers. You know my answers and the church's findings.
When did the voices begin?
When I was 10.
Who spoke to you?
St. Catherine and St. Margaret.
How did you know?
Because they told me.
Who else spoke to you?
St. Michael.
And did they appear to you?
I've told you this before.
Tell me again.
Yes, they appear.
What sort of things do they tell you?
They tell me that within 7 years' time, a disaster will befall the English. And soon thereafter, England will lose all of France.
Silence! When did you last hear your voices?
Last night, and again this morning.
How often do they come?
There's no day that I don't hear them.
Do you call them, or do they come without your calling?
They've often come without my calling. Other times I need to pray, or Lord send them.
Do you ever call them and they do not come?
If I'm in great need of them, they always come.
What things do you ask your voices?
Right now I ask them 3 things. That my God will continue to help the French, for my freedom, and that my soul will be saved.
Then you have been betrayed. For you will certainly either burn as a heretic, or you will spend the rest of your days in prison.
That's not.
Your voices told you differently. Have your voices told you you will be rescued? What precisely were you told?
My council has given me leave to tell you that you are in great danger.
What is this great danger?
For judging me, you will suffer in body and soul.
What sign did you give to your fake king when you first met him?
I have no fake king.
You know what he means. What sign did you give Charles?
Ask Charles.
I'm asking you.
I can't tell you. Perhaps in time.
We are the court! There is the rack, and there are his ministers. You will reveal all now, or Brother the Mater will extract it from you in his own way.
If you tear my limbs, I may speak out of pain. But afterwards I will deny it all. Why are you punishing me for talking to God?
Take her back to her cell.
This trial seems unduly taxing on you, Brother Cochon.
What's taking so long? You have enough evidence to burn 10 heretics.
The Church is unconcerned with the English agenda, only with the salvation of Joan's soul.
I paid a huge price for the witch, and I want her dead. If the Church lets her go...
If the Church lets her go, God help any man who lays a finger on her.
Brother Cochon has been waging a long, exhaustive, but doomed battle for the girl's soul. You will soon have the outcome you desire.
Good.
The trial continues in secret!
Joan of Arc. I'm Brother Lemaitre of the Holy Inquisition. I've been presiding these last weeks so that I may assist in identifying the true heretic. You have said that your voices never fail you. And yet, you say they instructed you to wear men's clothing?
Yes.
Can you explain why our Lord would endanger your life by instructing you to deny your sex?
I don't know. But I've often felt
On the battlefields and here in this prison, I'm just constantly alone with soldiers. My clothing doesn't endanger my life. Rather, it saves it.
Will you submit to the judgment of the Church? The voice of God on earth.
Yes. So long as our Lord is first served.
We'll turn to the sign you gave to Charles. Was it from God?
It was Saint Michael.
Continue.
It was he who accompanied me to Shinon, unseen. And it was he who showed me Charles hidden in the crowd. And then afterwards, when I was alone with Charles, he showed himself to Charles, and he produced a magnificent golden crown. And he said that Charles should take it, so that he can become king. And then he bowed and disappeared.
He bowed, disappeared.
Yes, he bowed and disappeared.
What did St. Michael look like?
St. Michael was tall, with long dark hair, big warm blue eyes, and on his head he wore a crown with 6 points.
It's really very simple, Brother Cochon. She grows more arrogant by the day, and when forced to choose between her unnatural clothing in the church.
What do you think of her description of Saint Michael?
Appalling. Ridiculous.
What descriptions there are exist in books carefully guarded in the Vatican.
And they are wrong. It's probably that village priest who filled her head with stories and fairy tales and brought her to this wretched end. However she learned the description of St. Michael, it does not change the fact that she puts herself above the church. She is an unrepentant heretic. And she will burn. And you, Brother Cochon, you're only working for your own salvation. Joan, stand up. Stand up! For the record, do you, Joan d'Arc of Don Remy, refuse now and forever to submit to the will of the church militant, the representative of God on earth?
Joan! Don't answer hastily. Your words could mean that you will burn.
Even if the stake were raised and the fire lit, I would not lose faith in God. God will spare me.
Child, the stake is raised. You would burn. Take her outside. Look!
Not possible. St. Catherine promised.
There is nothing more to wait you. God is not going to release you, and Charles is not going to rescue you. Your fate is in no one's hands but yours.
Don't you see that you are deceived by the forces of evil? Sigh.
Joan, live, sigh.
I will sign.
Bring them back. Put them next to her. Sit down.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Go away! Don't touch me! Get
out! Poor Joan. She never understood the keys to survival. Manipulation, compromise, and a well-turned phrase. But I'll give her this. She made an excellent kingmaker. And I shall make an excellent king.
Your Majesty speaks of May Joan in the past tense. You could still rescue her.
Rescue a heretic. Shall we? Yeah.
I'm finding Cochon. 1 hour. Or we attack.
Only a few minutes.
Joan? Joan! Hey, hey. It's me. Whoever did this will pay. Joan. Joan. We've gathered an army. We're just beyond the hill. And tomorrow night, when this town sleeps, we'll storm those gates and take this prison.
A great victory. Charles will be here.
The king didn't. But Lahir is with us. And so are thousands of soldiers who are willing to die for what they believe in.
The maid. There's nothing left of her.
Don't say that.
I made a pact, Joan.
You stayed alive.
And killed everything that I believed in.
We must go. Joan, please. Please be ready for us tomorrow. We won't be long.
I'm busy, sweet Joan.
Adieu. Until tomorrow.
Adieu.
Adieu.
What have you done? Oh God, what have you done?
What? I confessed. I confessed from fear. But every word was a lie. I retract my abjuration now and for all time.
You die Through your own words.
No, dear Bishop. I die for you.
Joan, Dark of Doremi. Through your wickedness, you are a menace and a peril to the Church's purity and holiness, while the Church can no longer protect you. You will be bound over to secular authorities who will deliver you to the executioner. Go in peace.
Bishop. The son I said I gave the Dauphin. It too was a lie. You asked me to break a vow to God. I saved us both.
They're going to burn the witch!
Brother, what happened? She is recanted. They will execute her at once.
Wait here. Get them in. We'll charge the main gate.
I'll go with you.
No, you stay. Let her see you. Give her hope.
A teenage girl claims she hears voices, words only she can hear. Her name is Joan of Arc, and she says they come from God.
It doesn't matter whether God had a mission for her or not. She believed it.
Joan embarks on her holy quest to defeat the English and see the French king crowned. Divine messenger, witch, or warrior, capable of transcending extreme pain and suffering. How could this 19-year-old girl have accomplished all this? Searching for answers, historians, neurologists, and religious psychologists examine her extraordinary life as we open the mystery files on Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc, patron saint of France and national hero. The story of Joan has been embellished over the centuries, causing the truth of this young woman's life to become obscured by legend. Rachel Gibbons has studied Joan and medieval history for over 20 years.
She is a saint, she's a knight, she's a heretic, she's a witch, she's a feminist champion, she's a prophet.
Examining each of her miraculous acts in detail, scientists now believe it may be possible to reveal what lies behind Joan's deeds in life and at death. The investigation starts here, in Domremy-la-Pucelle, 250 kilometers east of Paris. Around 1428, this family home, the church, and these streets are the setting for Joan's first and most enduring mystery. It is here that Joan makes a choice, from which she steps out of obscurity and into legend. She leaves home at the age of just 16.
Making the decision to set out almost on her own from her family village at a point when many people would never spend a night away from home is quite a remarkable thing for anyone to do in this period, but certainly for a girl like Joan of Arc.
Coming from a rural family, at this time, it's a radical choice, sparked by an extraordinary claim. Joan says that since the age of 13 she has been hearing voices in her head. And she believes these voices come directly from God. Some modern experts argue it shows Joan was a schizophrenic and insane. Psychologist Dr. Miguel Farias thinks otherwise.
A major distinction to be made is between people who hear voices and have a serious psychological condition, and people who hear voices but have normal lives.
There is no historical record to suggest that Joan was ever classed as mad. As a child, she was apparently able to function normally within society. Dr. Farias believes the voices could be thoughts buried deep in her unconscious mind.
From a purely psychological point of view, we can think that she had a kind of personality disposition which allowed her to perceive things from her unconscious, which she interpreted as voices.
Because of the Christian beliefs of her time, she reasons that these voices are messages from God. This kind of perception is in fact not unusual in the 15th century.
During Joan of Arc's lifetime, there are possibly dozens of visionaries or prophets at large in France. Not 2 or 3, not hundreds. It's something that's very unusual, but definitely not unique either.
And many of these visionaries are female. Seen as a divine messenger, Joan could have been easily accepted. Her possible faculty for accessing the unconscious and her deep religious fervor could explain her claims to hear the voice of God. But it is the extraordinary actions they inspire that sets Joan apart.
Whether people at the time believed in the voices, whether we believe in them now, isn't really that important. What matters is that Joan believed them, and she believed them so strongly that she was prepared to undertake an impossible task, it seems.
It is these deeds that are seen by some as miraculous and create the legend of Joan of Arc. And they take place at the very heart of a raging military campaign.
The 100 Years' War, of which Joan's career is a part, is part of a mammoth, long, constant rivalry between England and France.
France is divided. On the one side, England, ally with a powerful French noble, the Duke of Burgundy. On the other, the blood heir to the French throne, Charles VII, who does not want to lose his inheritance. The country is split, with the English and Burgundians holding the north and the French the south. The frontier between them is the Loire River.
Joan of Arc comes onto the scene at a particularly low point for the French in this conflict, perhaps one of the lowest.
The English are slowly pushing south into French territory. This is the stage onto which Joan of Arc walks, negotiating her way into the royal court of Charles VII in March 1429.
The voices and her determination would have intrigued the king. When Joan presents herself to the court, it is the relief of Orleans that she claims as her mission.
Orleans is the front line of the English-French conflict.
The English armies have reached Orleans and know that to go any further, they must take this incredibly important and strategically significant town.
The English have laid siege for 7 months. Some historians speculate that Charles VII permits Joan to go to Orleans with reinforcements because he is eager to accept anything that might help. And she is welcomed by those militia because her presence is seen as divine legitimacy of the French cause. The legend of Joan as the great armored soldier is born. Joan is said to have achieved a miracle here in Orleans by ending the crushing siege and forcing the English into retreat. Military historian Kelly de Vries reveals that the reality is very, very different.
The English don't feel like they have enough forces to go up against the French, and the French don't try to go up against the English stronghold.
De Vries's interpretation lies in the detailed analysis of the events leading up to Joan's arrival.
So the English arrive at the Loire. Most of the cities that they come up against, they simply surrender, but the Orléanais do not.
The English do not expect the citizens of Orléans to fight back. So much so that they only bring a small force of around 4,000 men to annex the city. With this limited manpower, the English leader, Thomas Montague, focuses their attack on the southern fort of Turel. Behind lies the only bridge across the Loire River into the city. It is here that the Orléanais make an extraordinarily bold move. They destroy the bridge, cutting off the English advance.
When the Orléanais put up their fight, the English have to besiege them.
But the English do not have sufficient men to surround the whole city and stop supplies going in and out. On top of that, they suffer a major setback. Thomas Montague is killed in a bizarre incident during the early days of the siege.
It's kind of a gruesome story. He goes to a window and a French cannonball hits the window and it destroys his face. It kills him and removes the effective leadership on the English side.
Unlike the legendary story, Joan does not approach Orléans when the city is on the brink of destruction at the hands of the English. The English can't win. The Orléanais can't fight them off. It is a stalemate. Joan's arrival with more troops tips the balance in favor of the Orléanais and the French. They attack, striking at the English in the fort of Turel head on, and succeed in driving them to defeat. Rather than a miraculous victory, De Vries believes the English were no great threat.
Everybody wants to believe that the English could have swept through the rest of France, and Joan of Arc is the determining factor, and they're not doing so. But I don't think they can win.
While the victory at Orléans may be less than extraordinary, a reputed miracle takes place on the battlefield that cannot be so easily explained. Joan is hit by an arrow, which penetrates 15 centimeters into her neck and shoulder region.
There was tons of blood.
It was thought that Joan might have been killed by this.
An apparent fatal wound in battle. And yet, just a short time later, she is back in the action.
And the fact that she comes back very quickly, seemingly unhurt by this wound, has been used as a miracle.
However, there is no record of exactly where the wound is sited or how life-threatening it actually would have been. Analyzing armor from the time, Dr. Tobias Capwell is searching for clues.
This is actually a very difficult thing to get close to because no complete armor from the time of Joan of Arc survives today.
This tomb effigy, in a rural English church around 105 kilometers northwest of London, dates from the early 15th century and is one of the best surviving representations of Joan's type of armor.
The plate armor that Joan is wearing is very good protection against arrows. So the fact that she suffers a substantial puncturing injury implies to me that she was hit in a weak point.
Capwell thinks he might have found this weak point.
The breastplate that she's wearing comes up from her underarm and goes across her shoulder on this kind of line. The shoulder defense that she's wearing probably runs along a similar parallel line, but the edges don't quite meet. There's a gap. So if she was standing at the bottom of a siege ladder and an arrow is shot from the top of the wall, it comes down and strikes her in that gap. That's a bad injury, but it's not a fatal injury.
Capwell's theory suggests Joan's survival is less surprising. However, her wound is still much more than just a scratch. At one of the UK's leading research hospitals, neuroscientist Dr. Katja Wiech is analysing the effects of religious belief on pain.
The arrow went in for 6 inches. We would certainly expect that should be painful, very painful.
Dr. Wiech thinks the answer to how Joan coped with this pain may lie inside her head.
We usually think that pain is what happens to the body on the physical side, but we know now that it's a bit more complex than that. It's not just what is happening on the physical side, but very much what we make out of it on a psychological level.
Wiech has teamed up with psychologist Dr. Miguel Farias to investigate how someone could alter their awareness of pain without physically taking it away. Dr. Farias conducts tests on the psychology of religion and has a specific question that focuses their investigation.
See to what an extent religious belief can influence not just your perception of the world, but even how you feel pain and to what an extent you feel pain.
Using a magnetic resonance imaging machine, or MRI, to scan brain activity, their experiment will measure the effect of faith and belief on a person's perception of the pain they are receiving. 24 volunteers are tested. Half are Catholic, half atheist non-believers. Participants are shown 2 different paintings. One of the Virgin Mary, the other a non-religious painting by Leonardo da Vinci. For each image, they will be given a small electric shock. They are then asked to rate how painful each shock is. Dr. Wiech not only gathers the participants' reactions, but also the MRI scans of their brain activity throughout the experiment. The results reveal a consistent pattern and a possible answer to how Joan may have managed the pain of her wound.
The first thing we noticed was that the religious participants really reported less pain, but only when they looked at the image of the Virgin Mary.
The blue cross shows the area of the brain that is linked to pain reduction. In the atheist group, no activity is recorded in this area. In the Catholic group, however, it's a different story.
Yeah, you can see we do get it, yeah. They engage in a mechanism that is represented here in this little brain region that helps them to dampen down the pain.
Given Joan's deep religious conviction, the conclusions could explain her quick recovery.
She found strength in her belief to really suppress the pain also on a physical level. And it could at least point towards what might have been going on in her brain while she experienced that wound, and she kept fighting.
The experiment has shown how Joan could have been capable of reducing her physical pain purely through faith. It is this unswerving belief that seems to drive her forward as she sees her next mission completed. Charles VII being crowned at Rheims. Its cathedral is the traditional site of all French coronations. Crowning Charles legitimizes his claim for the throne over the rival English bid. The ceremony takes place on the 17th of July, 1429, 2 months after the victory at Orléans. But historians view the coronation as Joan's last great victory.
It's very difficult for anybody in the modern era to imagine the level of self-belief and the potency of the experience that Joan of Arc must have gone through. But in the end, it's that self-belief and the drive that leads eventually to her capture and to her death.
With the king crowned, rather than returning home, Joan takes on new military missions, including a foolhardy attack on Paris. They fail, and she is captured by the Burgundians around 80 kilometers north of Paris. These French soldiers, loyal to the English, hand Joan over. Her military career ended. The myth of Joan of Arc is that she frees France from English oppression during the 100 Years' War. But the evidence paints a different picture.
The coronation doesn't end the 100 Years' War, neither does Joan's capture. The war itself doesn't end finally until 1453.
Joan does not liberate the French, as her legend suggests. The war continues for another 20 years. Her self-belief, once so central to her, now becomes a liability. Taken to Rouen, in English-controlled France, she is tried and convicted by the Catholic Church for heresy. The penalty is being burned alive at the stake. Events in her last days reveal the final, extraordinary truth of Joan's abilities. It starts with a moment of doubt. In the shadow of Rouen Abbey Church, Joan repents and denies her voices. After everything she had been through, after all the danger and the difficulties she faced in obedience to those voices, at this final, darkest hour, she renounces them, confessing her sins against the Church and God.
It may well be that she was afraid, which seems to be a perfectly normal human reaction from anybody, let alone from a 19-year-old girl.
She's going to be burned alive. It's impossible not to be afraid of that.
But remarkably, she withdraws her confession just a few days later. Yet again, Joan's self-belief dominates her seemingly rational mind.
It's that moment of weakness which, in the Christian tradition, makes her be a saint. She was weak at a certain point, and she managed to accept that weakness and overcome it.
Joan has sealed her own fate.
If she had been found not guilty of heresy, if she had not gone back on her abjuration, it's very unlikely we'd ever have heard of her. Dying, as she did, making a sacrifice of herself for what she believed, is what brought Joan of Arc to prominence.
Joan's story, her entire life, is shaped by her incredible strength of mind. And her death, 22 months after her great triumph of the coronation of a French king, is the final exceptional embodiment of this. According to eyewitness accounts, she does not plead for her life. She simply calls out, Jesus, in a persistent and strong voice as the flames rise.
We have the evidence from the Eastern tradition that people in a highly focused state of meditation did not express any pain, where they seem to cut off any sort of external stimulation. So we know that it is possible. It is quite extraordinary.
Joan's young adult life is dominated by her religious fervor. It seems the psychology of this extreme piety and strength of mind offers an explanation for her legendary miracles. But despite this great devotion to her God, it is the Catholic Church that had her burned as a heretic. And it would take nearly 490 years before the same church would finally recognize Joan of Arc as a saint.
Heroes come in all shapes and sizes. Sometimes their special destiny may have been clear from an early age. Other times, to paraphrase an old saying, they may have just been ordinary people forced to respond to extraordinary circumstances. This is amplified further when we consider those groups of people who, through social or cultural constraints, struggled against impossible odds to even have their voices heard, let alone take charge of their destinies or leave their mark on history. Perhaps no other group exemplifies this condition better than women. With very few notable exceptions, across virtually all cultures, races, and time periods throughout history, women have almost universally been subject to the complete control of men or societies dominated by men. So consider the subject of today's video. A peasant girl, barely in her teens, living in relative poverty, illiteracy, and complete subordination during a time of total war and medieval brutality. Imagine this traumatized, though deeply pious child having visions of angels and saints and being commanded by them to seek out the Dauphin, the French word for crown prince, and convince him to let her lead his demoralized army and liberate their kingdom from a powerful enemy. Most people, then as now, would have thought her, at best, mentally ill, but so determined was she to carry out her mission that no amount of opposition, discrimination, or humiliation was going to stand in her way. Never taking no for an answer, she eventually got her audience with the Dauphin. She also got her army, and with it proceeded to blitzkrieg her way across France, inspiring troops and civilians alike to fight on against overwhelming odds and turn the tide of war against England finally in their favour, always leading from the front and being herself seriously wounded on multiple occasions. This naive teenager would soon wipe out the celebrated army of English longbowmen that had so humiliated her country at Crécy and Agincourt, such that it would take a generation for them to appear in force again on any battlefield. She would live to see her king crowned, only to herself soon after suffer capture, a show trial, and a horrible demise at the hands of the English, based entirely on her being a woman daring to participate in a man's world. Join us as we dive into the 100 Years' War and the life and times of Joan of Arc, the illiterate peasant teenager who would become a holy warrior and eventually a patron saint of France, and for that matter, the women's rights movement across the entire globe. But before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe for updates, and if you enjoy our content, please show your support by making a small, easy donation through the heart-shaped thanks link next to the like and share buttons below, or via the PayPal link in the description section. Better still, why not get better access and personal involvement by becoming a Patreon supporter? Your generous help will help keep this unfunded educational channel going. A longer audio-only version of this video, which begins at the very start of the 100 Years' War, for those who wish to trace its entire history, is now available, along with the narration of all the other videos on this channel, on the Heroes and Legends Documentary Channel podcast, available through Spotify and other leading broadcasters, in case you want to listen in your car or perhaps cure your insomnia. Don't forget to share with your friends, leave a comment, and as always, thanks for watching. For the benefit of English listeners, I'm going to go against my usual practice and refer to our heroine by her English name, Joan of Arc, rather than her conventional French name, Jeanne la Pucelle or Jeanne d'Arc. I hope my Francophile friends will indulge my anglicised pronunciation. Our story begins in 1393. The French king, Charles VI, had been suffering from bouts of mental breakdown, generally attributed these days to schizophrenia. The ongoing war with England needed a firm hand, and so a regency council comprised of the king's uncles, the Dukes of Burgundy, Berry, Anjou and Bourbon stepped in to manage the affairs of state in his name. The chief power broker among them was Philip, Duke of Burgundy, but his influence was frequently thwarted by the ailing king's younger brother, Louis, Duke of Orleans, who insisted on sitting in on the Regency Council. Now, this council was presided over by the Queen, Isabeau, who it seemed was having a not-so-secret love affair with Louis, and not averse to handing the reins of power over to her ailing husband's brother, at the expense of his uncles, who had already drained the nation's coffers in pursuit of their own agenda. The 100 Years' War was only 50 years in, and there was no sign of the English renouncing their claims to the French crown. The Duke of Burgundy saw the writing on the wall, and over the next couple of years, subversion and skullduggery scandalized the entire French court. Philip eventually passed away in 1404, but his son, John the Fearless, the new Duke of Burgundy, was well tutored by his father, and he hit the ground running. He bribed and connived his way through the royal court and managed to have himself declared sole regent and protector of the king's children. Louis's fury only grew with this insult, and the two were virtually on the edge of civil war. Indeed, reconciliation attempts were thwarted when the hapless Louis was assassinated on the streets of Paris in broad daylight by assailants known to be vassals of John of Burgundy. Paris, and much of the north of the country, openly supported Burgundy in this cause, as they viewed Louis as a womanizing shark, out to scam his brother's kingdom for himself. The Duke of Burgundy certainly didn't deny he was behind the murder, and even wrote a treatise justifying it, but the act was deeply offensive to members of the royal household, including the two other uncles, the Dukes of Berry and Bourbon, who had tried everything in their power to prevent civil war. But now that a prince of the blood was so brazenly assassinated in cold blood, they felt compelled to act against their Burgundian nephew. Now, the assassinated Duke of Orleans had a young son by the name of Charles, who inherited his father's titles at the tender age of 11. He had recently been married to his cousin, the daughter of schizophrenic Charles VI, who was herself only 16, though she was already a widow of the recently deposed King Richard II of England, whom she had married at the age of 6 in a peace offering by her father. Yeah, I know, weird. Apparently, King Richard was up for it, not because he was some kind of pedophile, but because, in his own words, he could shape her in accordance with his ideal, and that he himself was still young enough to wait for her to reach the medieval age of consent, which was 12. Seriously, you can't make this stuff up. Anyway, Richard got deposed, and although Henry Bolingbroke, now freshly minted as Henry IV of England, suggested that she should marry his own son, the future Henry V, the young Isabel seemed to genuinely grieve for her lost husband, who it seems had set her up lavishly in her own castle, with a full retinue of servants, and often visited to tell her bedtime stories. So, poor Isabella now chose to return to France, as far as we know still a virgin, while Henry IV illegally hung on to her dowry, because, well, in the famous word of Mel Brooks,
"It's good to be the king."
As if this poor child's life wasn't already screwed up enough, she was soon married off again at the age of 16, as mentioned earlier, to her first cousin, the new Duke of Orleans, who was himself barely 13 years old. It seems that the young Duke was a bit of an early blossomer, because Isabella became pregnant 2 years later, and though they had a bouncing baby girl, Isabella herself died in childbirth. She was just 19. Her husband was himself now both a widower and a father at just 15 years old. His mother died around the same time, and on her deathbed she made the teenage father swear to exact vengeance on his own father's murderer. And kids today think they've got it tough. Anyway, the Duke was soon induced to marry again to the daughter of a local noble, Bernard, Count of Armagnac, in 1410. The Count was a staunch supporter of the Orléans faction, and as the father-in-law of the young Duke, he took personal command of the family's struggle against the Burgundian faction, until the Duke himself was old enough to lead. This is why the Civil War is usually referred to as the Armagnac-Burgundian War. Henry IV, back across the Channel, though busy suppressing the Welsh, the Scots, and his own disgruntled nobility, nevertheless took advantage of the fresh chaos in France by playing one side off against the other, feigning support alternately for both of the factions. The Armagnacs ceded some land to him and concluded a treaty in order to block any potential Anglo-Burgundian alliance. Upon his death in 1413, his son Henry, now the fifth, continued this policy, but also saw it as an opportunity to regain lost English holdings there, and who knows, if he played his cards right, maybe even make good the English claim upon the French crown. So, with the French implacably divided, he decided to invade and set sail in 1415 to siege the port town of Harfleur, in hopes of conquering Normandy and marching straight for Paris. But the siege took longer than expected, so he changed plans and instead headed north for his stronghold at Calais. For their part, the Burgundians, who profited considerably from the English wool trade in their Flemish territories, made continual overtures to Henry that they were prepared to recognise the English claim to the French crown. Charles, Duke of Orléans, saw the imminent danger to both the Armagnac position as well as to the French royal family, and he made substantial efforts to placate the Burgundians, who agreed to peace talks and nominal support against the English. Charles gave chase to Henry, whose troops were by now exhausted, low on supplies, and suffering from dysentery. In October of 1415, the heavily outnumbered English army was cornered near the town of Agincourt, but a heavy rainstorm the night before caused such a muddy terrain that the heavily armoured French cavalry and knights became inextricably bogged in the banked-up charge and were cut down in huge numbers by English longbowmen who shot them like fish in a barrel. The French army, almost exclusively Armagnac, was massacred, with Henry, to his dishonour, giving orders that no prisoners were to be taken, owing to his inability to police their custody, considering that the hostages outnumbered their captors 3-1. Things were now desperate for the Armagnac faction, which had lost the flower of its nobility at Agincourt, some estimates suggesting that over 60% of their highest-ranking noblemen were killed, leaving a power vacuum that the Burgundians quickly seized upon, marching on Paris just 10 days later, and massacring what Armagnac nobles were left after Agincourt. While Henry returned home in triumph, things became ever nastier between the warring French factions, with the Duke of Burgundy, John the Fearless, being himself murdered during crisis talks soon after. By 1417, Henry was back in Normandy and seizing one castle after another, massacring or neglecting their starving inhabitants as French morale and resistance disintegrated. The Burgundians now turned completely to the English and promised their full support and mediation in promoting the English claim to the throne. By 1418, Henry entered Paris and made Charles VI an offer he couldn't refuse in the Treaty of Troyes. He had himself proclaimed as the French king's sole regent, took his daughter Catherine as his wife, and had her brother, the Dauphin, Charles, future King VII, completely disinherited, and his own issue with Catherine to be declared the legitimate line of any future French succession. Oh, and he also insisted on the return of all previously held English territories, along with a couple of more for good measure. England was now at its own high watermark of the entire 100 Years' War, as hopes for a French victory quickly ebbed away, and the Dauphin found himself in an increasingly isolated and untenable position. Now, you might be wondering why the Queen agreed to terminate her own son's succession claims and effectively oversee the signing over of the country by her mentally ill husband to her new son-in-law Henry. Well, a lot of people at the time wondered the same thing, and it gave rise to persistent rumours, possibly Burgundian propaganda, that the Dauphin was actually the offspring of her illicit love affair with the Mad King's brother, the now long since assassinated Duke Louis of Orleans. It didn't help the Dauphin's cause, to be sure, but he rejected the slander and the treaty, and soon being forced to flee Paris after the Burgundians occupied it, re-established a new capital for his court at Bourges, on the banks of the Loire River, where he presided over an ever-shrinking fiefdom, welcoming other disgusted nobles who viewed the treaty as a complete betrayal. Meanwhile, Henry V and his bride Catherine wasted no time and produced a male heir in 1421, who would, in time, be crowned Henry VI of England and, nominally at least, King of France. But his father, Henry V, suddenly took ill and died of dysentery while campaigning in France in 1422, without ever seeing his infant son. Henry's brothers, campaigning alongside him, now assumed joint regency for the infant king and continued to press the initiative and make considerable gains over the subsequent few years in this ongoing war against the Dauphin and his Armagnac allies, most notably taking Rheims, the ancient site of coronation that would add legitimacy to any claimant to the French throne. By 1428, things were looking grim, and it seemed that France was destined to fall to the English. Into this turbulent and frightful scene, where marauding bands of mercenaries of questionable allegiance raped and pillaged their way through towns across the entire country, a young peasant girl was born in 1412 in the small village of Domremy in the Meuse Valley region of Lorraine, bordering the Holy Roman Empire. The region was, generally speaking, within the bounds of the Burgundian faction, though the town itself was staunchly loyal to the Dauphin. Joan's father, Jacques d'Arc, and her mother Isabel were peasant farmers who worked their own land, so were not badly off compared to many other peasants throughout France. Her father was also a local official, earning a bit of extra income through administrative duties for his local lord. But underscoring their otherwise mundane existence was the continual threat of brigands and raiders who would roam the countryside, taking advantage of the lawlessness that often accompanies civil wars and invasions. The unending spectre of looming danger must have surely impacted on the state of mind of young Joan, who was 13 years old in 1425, when she began to have the first of her visions that started with momentary streams of bright light, out of which eventually emerged the Archangel Michael, surrounded by a choir of angels. Now, St. Michael is treated with great veneration not only by Christians but also the other monotheistic faiths. As the marshal of God's heavenly army of angels, he is viewed as the chief warrior against Satan, so has come down to us as a patron saint of soldiers and defenders of the faith. Churches dedicated to St. Michael were frequently built over earlier pagan temples, as the early Christians viewed these ancient religions to be the domain of demons, which is why depictions of St. Michael often show him with a raised sword, subduing the devil. This archangel was also responsible for escorting the souls of the deceased at the hour of their death to their judgment, so he is often also shown holding the scales of justice. We know that the Dauphin had an image of St. Michael etched on his armour, and this association with war and the defence of righteousness may go some way to explaining his regular appearance in Joan's visions of him. At first, The archangel rarely spoke to her, but as time progressed, she experienced the visions longer and more frequently until eventually he stepped out completely of the blinding light and was clearly discernible, surrounded at all times by swirling choirs of lesser angels. Eventually, he spoke to her, at first only reassuring her and encouraging her to be a good girl. She reported that she would often weep at the conclusion of these visions, begging him to take her with him. In time, he told her that she would receive other visions of saints who would guide her and give her special instructions. Please see the website for links to some of her future reports of these visions and the inquisitional trial that followed. In due course, two particular saints began to appear in similar visions and also as separate voices in her head. St. Margaret the Virgin and St. Catherine of Alexandria. St. Margaret was said to be the daughter of a pagan priest in ancient Antioch. Her mother died while she was still an infant, and she was nursed by a local shepherdess who became her carer and introduced her to Christianity, sometime in the 4th century AD, when Christians were being widely persecuted throughout the Roman Empire. Her new faith and commitment to religious chastity upset her father so much that he disowned her, so she moved out to the countryside and lived with her nurse. The local Roman governor was said to have passed by in the field one day and instantly fell in love with her, offering marriage and a lavish lifestyle, if only she would renounce Christianity. She refused, and the outraged governor had her tortured. Apocryphal stories tell us that, at one point, even Satan himself appeared in the form of a dragon and swallowed her whole, but her intense faith burned the monster's insides and he regurgitated her back out completely unharmed. Eventually, the governor had her decapitated, and her veneration spread rapidly throughout the Christian community all throughout Europe. She is now the patron saint of pregnant women, single mothers, servant maids, and those under demonic attack. But worth noting is the fact that there are other Saints Margaret. Particularly relevant to this story is St. Margaret, the patron saint of Scotland, an ally of France. She was an 11th century English princess who married into the Scottish royal family and was notable for her extreme piety as well as influence on the faith of her people, being the mother of 4 kings of Scotland and queen consort to an English one. She also financed many charitable works that included the building of ferries and feeding the poor. Her person and legend, in some ways, became fused with the older Margaret story, such that she is also the patron of the falsely accused, of hobos, the homeless, the insane, orphaned, mentally ill, of midwives, penitents, and single mothers, as well as reformed prostitutes, stepchildren, and tramps. St. Catherine of Alexandria was a 3rd century Christian martyr and, like Margaret, was considered by the Church to be one of the 14 holy helpers who would intercede on behalf of those that prayed to them. She was said to be the daughter of the governor of Alexandria during the reign of Emperor Maxentius and was, from an early age, given to learning and serious study. At the age of 14, she beheld a vision of the Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus and became a Christian convert. When Maxentius initiated a persecution of Christians, she travelled to have an audience with him and rebuked him for his actions. Maxentius summoned 50 of the empire's greatest philosophers and orators to debate her, but she prevailed over all of them, and a substantial number declared their own conversion on the spot, only to be summarily executed by the emperor. Maxentius now gave orders to horribly torture her and then throw her in prison. During her confinement, angels came down from heaven and tended her wounds, while doves brought her food. Even Jesus appeared to her and gave her a pep talk, encouraging her to keep the faith. Hundreds of people also came to visit to try and dissuade her from her course of action, but by the end of each conversation, they were all converted to Christianity and subsequently arrested and most of them executed. Even the emperor's wife tried to convince her to give up, but she too became a Christian and Maxentius even executed her. Sometime later, when the cell was unlocked, Catherine emerged in a glowing shower of light and perfume, radiantly beautiful, without so much as a scratch on her. Dumbstruck, Maxentius now changed tack and instead proposed to marry her. There was now a vacancy after all, but Catherine refused, saying that she was married to Christ and had consecrated her virginity to his glory. Roman emperors were generally a vain and fickle lot, so Maxentius didn't take that rejection well at all. He ordered yet more torture in the shape of a spiked torture wheel, a circular device that remained popular right through the Middle Ages, over which a victim was tied and stretched till their bones broke and they died in agony. Like some kind of Christian Jedi, Catherine merely touched the wheel with her hand and it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Furious, the emperor ordered she be decapitated by sword, and she herself gave the executioner the command to strike. Like St. Margaret, Catherine's veneration spread like wildfire throughout Christian lands, and in medieval times she was considered the single most important virgin saint besides the Madonna. She had a huge female following, being regarded by church leaders of the time as the ideal exemplar of womanly virtue, fidelity, chastity, and holiness for girls to aspire to. She also became the patron saint of scholars, philosophers, students, and unmarried girls. Considering the Herculean task that she was soon to undertake, it's no surprise that Joan's visions consisted of a warrior angel and 2 chaste maiden saints who gave their lives rather than betray their faith. Contemporary reports tell us that Joan was not like the other kids in the village. While she worked the fields with her father, spun wool with her mother, and did all the chores one might expect of children of the time, she rarely played with the other children and never sang or danced, spending virtually all of her free time praying in the small church of St. Remy, which was adjacent to her father's orchard. When the 2 saints now began to appear in her visions, along with the archangel, they would tell her, vaguely at first, to go to France, that is to say, the territories still under the Dauphin's control. Eventually, they elaborated on these instructions to inform her that she was to assist him in liberating France from the English after ensuring his coronation at Rheims. These instructions became clearer and more detailed as the year progressed, until she was instructed, in her 16th year, to go to the small outpost town of Vaucouleurs, 15 kilometres away, and specifically to petition the garrison commander, Robert de Baudricourt, to escort her to Chinon Castle, where he was to arrange an audience for her with the Dauphin. But as she was making preparations to depart, a local boy accused her of reneging on a promise supposedly she made to marry him, and submitted an appeal to the local magistrate. The voices told her not to be concerned. She was to attend the hearing, where the magistrate would see the truth of her statements and rule in her favour. It came to pass exactly as predicted, and this seemed to instill a sense of calmness and confidence in her about the legitimacy of those voices. So, in May of 1428, she asked an uncle to accompany her to the outpost, but when she related her mission to the commander, he laughed in her face and sent her away, telling her uncle to take her back to her father and give her a good slapping. It was around this time that she began referring to herself as Jeanne la Pucelle, or Joan the Maiden, and this is the name most frequently used in contemporary literature that refers to her. The appellation was in direct reference to her commitment to remain a virgin, and was meant to signal to men, in particular the soldiery, that she was not one of the other types of women, namely prostitutes, that hung around military camps. It was to impress upon them the importance of her holy mission and earn their support rather than their lust, something that she would later emphasize through the eventual adoption of men's clothing. Nevertheless, her composure and demeanour so impressed a couple of the commander's subordinates that word quickly spread through the camp about the girl who wanted to help the Dauphin save their country. You see, at the time, there was a long-standing prophecy that France would be ruined by a woman and later restored by a virgin from the borders of Lorraine. We know that even at this young age, Joan knew about the prophecy because her uncle later recounted that she used the prophecy to convince him to take her to see the commander, to whom she also recounted these words, claiming to be said virgin, with Queen Isabeau having sold her son the Dauphin down the river, therefore cast as the ruinous woman of the prophecy. Now, it just happened that 2 months after Joan's visit to the garrison, an enemy raid laid waste to the entire countryside, burning Joan's home village to the ground, including the church in which she prayed. The inhabitants fortunately managed to shelter inside a nearby fortress, but the garrison at Vaucouleurs came under siege, and after very nearly perishing, the garrison commander managed to bribe the attacking Burgundian commander to withdraw, effectively ending the garrison's resistance to enemy control of the region. Joan once again made her way to see the commander the following January, and this time she was recognized by the other soldiers and cheered as she arrived, with several of them joining her side as she confidently strode up the path to see the commander once more. Robert de Baudricourt was busy assessing intelligence about the siege the English had laid onto the fortress of Orléans this past October. The fortress, over 250 kilometres away, belonged to the Duke of Orléans, who had been in English custody since the disaster of Agincourt. You know, the teenage single dad whose wife was Edward II's widowed child bride. Things were not going well for the defenders of the otherwise imposing fortress. Oh, and just as an aside, that same Duke, Charles of Orléans, who would remain an English hostage for over 20 years, had lodged a formal complaint to his captors because it was customary for a captive lord's territory to be granted neutrality in any ongoing conflict. Anyway, Baudricourt, the garrison commander, palmed her off again, and as she sat around frustrated, she was suddenly brought an urgent message by one of the commander's soldiers. It turned out that the Duke of Lorraine, across the border, in Nancy, had heard of the mysterious maiden who claimed to be sent from God. Now, even though he was a vassal of the Holy Roman Emperor, and not personally involved in the conflict, the Duke was generally sympathetic to the English cause. But he had also spent his entire career as a crusader against the Turks, and now, at 64 years of age, was quite ill and hoping that this maiden might be able to cure him. He summoned her to his court and provided an escort and funds for her to get there. When she appeared before him, he questioned her about her mission and pestered her to heal his sicknesses. It turns out that the old Duke had forsaken his long-suffering wife and was engaging in some hanky-panky with a local mistress. Joan chastised him for his sinful ways and said that he would never get better unless he took back his good wife and did penance for his sins. She told him that she didn't have the power to heal him, but that she would pray for his recovery, but in the meantime he should help her to reach the Dauphin as soon as possible. So she made her way back to Vaucouleurs, an even bigger celebrity than when she left. By now, the garrison commander was feeling the pressure of not only his subordinates, but the entire town who had come out to support her. This, her third and final interview with the commander, was to be instrumental. She told him that today there would be a battle near Orléans, where the Dauphin's troops would be massacred, and after which the castle would be close to surrender, unless he urgently sent her to Chinon. Struck by her frankness, she left him deep in thought, and sure enough, 2 days later, he received word of a substantial Franco-Scottish defeat in what has come to be known as the Battle of the Herrings on the 12th of February, 1429. You see, Lent was approaching, which meant abstinence from meat for all Christians, and the English had assembled a huge convoy laden not only with crossbow bolts, cannons and ammunition, but also with vast quantities of salted fish to last them through the 40-day fasting period. The French had got wind of it and assembled an army to intercept the convoy, hoping to pilfer the supplies. As the force closed in on the supply wagons, the English formed them into a closed square, just like the wagons in old cowboy movies. Poorly coordinated attacks by Scottish and French contingents allowed the defenders to repel the attack with devastating losses on the latter side, with hundreds of casualties to the loss of only 4 defenders. The humiliating defeat caused the garrison in nearby Orleans to seriously consider capitulation, and terms began to be drawn up for surrender. Shocked at how she could possibly have anticipated the battle, Baudricourt summoned her and now agreed to provide an escort and letter of recommendation to the Dauphin. One of his officers later recounted the circumstances leading up to this third meeting. When she returned from her summons by the Duke of Lorraine, I said to her, "My friend, what are you doing here? Will not the king be expelled from the kingdom and we become English?" The maiden answered me, "I have come to this royal town to speak to Robert de Baudricourt, so that he might wish to bring me or have me brought to the king, but he pays no attention to me or my words. Nevertheless, before mid-Lent I must be before the king, even if I must wear down my feet to the knees. For truly no one in the world, neither kings, nor dukes, nor the King of Scotland's daughter, nor anyone else can regain the kingdom of France. There is no aid except myself. Although I would prefer to spin wool beside my poor mother, because leading an army is not of my social rank. But it is necessary that I go and do this, for my Lord wishes that I do it." The officer went on to testify, "And when I asked her who her Lord was, she said that it was God." Astonished, the officer further tells us, "And then I promised the maiden, giving her my faith by touching her hand, that with God as my guide, I would lead her before the king." Moved by her resolute demeanour, the officer asked her when she wanted to depart, whereupon she told him, "Rather now than tomorrow, and tomorrow rather than later." Now, at the time, it was extremely dangerous for a woman to travel through the bandit-infested countryside, so the officer suggested that she dress as a man, and that way draw less attention to herself. Moreover, unfortunately, the church forbade cross-dressing on the pain of death for both men and women, and viewed the practice as essentially sinful, unless it was done out of necessity of self-preservation. Joan would spend most of her time from this point on in pants and short hair, from both the practical necessities of combat, but also to discourage rape, and the debate surrounding this issue was to play an important role in her future fate. But we'll get back to that later. Anyway, the townsfolk and soldiers quickly stitched together boots and clothing and raised the necessary money to buy her a horse. With everything ready and a letter of safe passage issued by the Duke of Lorraine, and 6 soldiers escorting her, all of them on horseback, they set out through Burgundian-held territory on the dangerous journey to Chinon. But Joan would continually upset their prudent exercise of secrecy by insisting on stopping to hear Mass at virtually every village and town en route. On one occasion, hearing 3 masses in one day. They would always set off when her voices told her to, and retire for the night the same way. When they eventually reached Chinon Castle, she sent word to the court of her arrival, but the Dauphin's advisors were divided as to how to deal with the request for an audience. Some advised rejection, while others cautioned against rejecting a request made in the name of God. To paraphrase Voltaire, this was no time to be making new enemies. Anyway, 2 days later, the Dauphin approved the audience on the proviso that Joan was first interviewed by senior members of the clergy and found to be legitimate in her spiritual beliefs. With no objections subsequently lodged, she soon strode into the tightly packed audience chamber, walked right up to him, who had meanwhile disguised himself and was mingling among the 300 or so courtiers, in order to test her. She approached him and humbly bowed before him, to the astonishment of all present. She was later to recount that her voices told her exactly which one of the many people in the crowd he was. A knight present at the time was later to recall her entreaty to the future king. "Noble Dauphin, I am called Joan the Maiden, and the King of Heaven sends word to you through me that you will be anointed and crowned in the town of Rheims, and you will be the lieutenant of the King of Heaven, who is King of France." She went on, "I tell you in the name of my Lord that you are the true heir of France and the son of the king, and he has sent me to you to lead you to Rheims, in order that you should there receive your coronation and consecration, if you wish." The Dauphin led her by the hand to an adjacent chamber, where they remained alone for some time. When they re-emerged, he had a strange look on his face and declared to the waiting court that she had told him a number of things that no other living person on earth knew about him, and that he believed in her. He gave orders for her to be placed in the care of the Lady of Chinon Castle, while he arranged yet further interviews for her with more church leaders, bishops and clerics, in order to convince the population of her authenticity. Over the next 3 weeks, she was subjected to continual interrogation by skeptical church theologians from a number of different institutions, which caused no end of irritation to the impatient maiden, desperate to have at the English and send them packing back across the Channel. Her exposure to this intense questioning would go some way to serve her in the future, when she would be subjected to hostile inquisitorial examination by her enemies. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. At the conclusion of her examination, the clerics wrote to the Dauphin granting their approval for her to represent his and the church's interests. Another nobleman was later quoted as saying, "Finally, after long examinations by the clergy of several faculties, they all deliberated and concluded that the king could legitimately receive her and allow her to take a company of soldiers to the siege of Orleans, because they had found nothing in her that was not of the Catholic faith and entirely consistent with reason." Yet another nobleman would be quoted as saying, "Her incontestable victory in the argument with the masters of theology makes her like another Saint Catherine come down to earth." It seems she chose her saints well, or should we say, they well chose her. Remember, this was a 16-year-old kid who had just convinced the greatest professors in the entire country that she was sent on a mission from God to save her country, at a time when simply wearing a pair of pants was enough to get a girl burned at the stake. The Dauphin now immediately gave instructions for the creation of her personal banner, flag and pennants that would be used as a rallying point on the battlefield. Her personal battle flag comprised on one side of a field of lilies upon which stood Jesus as Lord, holding the world in his hands, and a pair of angels on either side, offering him a lily and receiving his benediction. On the obverse, an image of the Virgin Mary, also flanked by 2 angels, holding a shield upon which were the arms of France. The Dauphin also had a tailor-made glistening suit of plate armour built for her, and a detachment of knights specially chosen to be her escort and bodyguards. The maid now also acquired a new sword, but not the one offered personally by the Dauphin. Instead, she had been told in another vision to instruct the priests of the Church of St. Catherine in Fierbois to excavate the floor behind the altar, in which they would find a buried sword. Legend has it that this sword, etched with 5 crosses, was gifted to the church by Charles Martel, the Hammer of God, upon his victory over the Saracens at the Battle of Tours in 732 AD. His victory would push back the infidels from France and form the foundation of the Frankish Empire under Charlemagne. St. Catherine, as a martyr beheaded by an infidel's sword, was adopted as a patron by knights who had survived against impossible odds, or had returned alive from a holy crusade. They would often make pilgrimage to her church and offer their swords in gratitude for her protection. And so it was that Charles Martel, the symbolic father of the French kingdom, gave his sword in veneration to the saint that now instructed Joan to once again wield it to defend her homeland. We are told that when armourers took the 700-year-old blade to be refurbished, the rust just fell off it, and it glistened just as the day it had been buried. The obvious symbolism of such a weapon was not lost on the Dauphin, and he didn't object to its retrieval. Joan's 2 brothers now came to join her side, and armour was also made for them, all at the expense of the Dauphin's treasury. Several of the soldiers who were Joan's earliest supporters and who escorted her at great risk to themselves from Vaucouleurs were also reassigned to her personal bodyguard, and would remain her loyal companions throughout the campaign, along with their parish priest, who would also become her private confessor and loyal protector. Everything was now set for the expedition to relieve the beleaguered defenders of Orléans. It was at this time that Joan dictated the first of a number of messages to be sent to the English commanders, warning them of their impending doom unless they left France. Magnanimously, she then recommended they seek their penance by joining her in a crusade against the heretical Hussites, who were seriously kicking butt all over Bohemia. You can learn more about the Hussites and their religious war of independence from papal control in my video on the perfect medieval storm, or Jan Hus, the reformer who inspired Martin Luther. The Dauphin was meanwhile busy arranging both troops and supplies which were to muster at Blois, a town barely 20 kilometres from the English front line. Joan and her entourage soon joined them, and she immediately set about putting her stamp all over the camp. The expedition was nominally to be headed by legendary hero Count Jean de Dunois, the half-brother of the captive Duke of Orléans, and known affectionately, believe it or not, as the Bastard of Dunois. He was aided by a motley crew of veteran commanders ranging from battle-scarred and weary crusaders to rough and nasty mercenaries who, for the time being, were highly dubious about this teenage brat who presumed to boss them around. Nevertheless, striding through the camp and shocked at the state of it, she gave immediate orders that all drinking, swearing, carousing and gambling was to cease immediately. All prostitutes were to leave forthwith or marry the next soldier they were found in bed with. All soldiers were to attend daily mass, have their sins confessed, and swear to abstain from any rape and pillage while on campaign. She railed continuously that France's shameful state was the result of all their sinful ways, and that if they now repented and put their faith in God, he would deliver them from their enemies and restore France to its rightful glory. You see, with the collapse of the French state during the latter part of the 100 Years' War, we saw the simultaneous collapse of the chivalric code and the age of romance, which had been a huge part of the social fabric, and gave us the classic tales of Arthurian legend, as well as the story of the Holy Grail. Many historians believe that plague, famine, and endless wars eventually wore down this code of conduct across every stratum of society and brought European civilization to the point of complete barbarism. Anyway, even her senior commanders were compelled to behave themselves in her presence, and despite their grumbling, morale notably improved throughout the camp, with a sense of excited anticipation now replacing the despair and dread that had previously taken a grip of the army. On the 25th of April, 1429, the army struck camp, and the hulking relief column, laden with supplies and led not by musicians, but by a large group of poor monks singing hymns, snaked its way along the southern bank of the Loire River toward the town of Chessy, 3 days' march away. Various reports tell us that Joan remained the entire time in her armour, even sleeping in it in the field, as an added security measure, which would have been uncomfortable in the extreme and drew much admiration from observers. Reports tell us that she ate very little, spoke even less, and her generally cheerful disposition was only ever broken by occasional outbursts of rage when witnessing sinful behaviour among the troops. By this time, it became apparent that they had travelled further upstream than she had planned, and the winds needed in the ferrying of troops across the river on barges were unfavourable, making for a protracted and now dangerous delay. So she approached poor Dunois as he was giving orders on the riverbank and reprimanded him in front of all the soldiers, as he later recalled in the following manner. "Are you the bâtard d'Orléans?" I replied, "I am he, and I rejoice at your arrival." And then she said to me, "Was it you who decided that I should come here, to this side of the river, rather than going straight to where Talbot and the English are?" I replied that myself and others wiser than I had given this counsel, believing it to be better and safer. Then Joan replied in this manner, "In God's name, the counsel of God our Lord is safer and wiser than yours. You thought to deceive me, and you deceive yourselves more, because I bring you better aid than ever came to any soldier or city, because it is aid from the King of Heaven. Nevertheless, it proceeds not from love of me, but from God himself, who, at the request of Saint Louis and Saint Charlemagne, took pity on the city of Orléans, not wishing to allow the enemy to have both the body of the Lord of Orléans and also his city." Suddenly, he reported in his memoirs, as did a number of others, the wind changed direction and the crossing substantially eased. Dunois notes in his recollection, "From that point I had good hope in her." Nevertheless, there were not enough vessels to transport the entire army and baggage train, so the majority of the troops had to backtrack to Blois and go around the more dangerous way. Joan, Dunois, and a small contingent of troops continued on towards the city, which was besieged on 3 sides by a ring of heavily defended forts and redoubts that could only be approached by its eastern gate. Such was the anticipation of her arrival that she had to sneak in during the middle of the night, her commanders fearing an unmanageable mob that might be vulnerable to bombardment, but the next morning, swelling crowds of men, women and children surged toward her accommodation, so she rode out to meet them on her white steed, flag unfurled and escorted by her retinue. Dunois and the other commanders riding behind her had never seen anything like it. She was mobbed by the adoring crowd who wept and pressed in just to touch her or even her horse as she rode by, encouraging them to stay strong. She wasted no time and sent heralds out to the English commander Talbot, calling on him to retire or surrender as before. The English responded by arresting one of the messengers against all the rules of warfare and threatened to burn him at the stake for representing a sorceress as they came to see her. Another returned with the message that the slut should go back to her farm, leave men to their business, and go and tend to her cows. Several days now passed, and Dunois rode out with a company of men to link up with the rest of the army that should have been getting close by now. Joan busied herself with touring the fortifications, spying on the English position, and in raising morale among the troops and townsfolk who continued to shadow her wherever she went. By the 4th of May, almost a week later, the relief column was finally spotted, and Joan rode out with 500 soldiers to cover their approach, but the enemy made no attempt to molest them. The inhabitants were overjoyed at both the food and reinforcements that came through the gate, and after some merriment, they retired for the night. Joan's pageboy was tasked with informing her of any action that might occur while she slept, so that she could ride out to support the troops. But when Dunois later that night launched an attack on one of the forts with 1,500 men, the pageboy was reluctant to wake her. Nevertheless, she jumped up with a start and cried out that the blood of France was being spilled, ordering him to fetch her horse while she adjusted her armour. As she rode out to the scene of the carnage, it was clear that things were not going well, with the stream of wounded being carried back to the rear of the lines. She charged in among the troops and rallied them such that when the English saw her, their morale collapsed and the fort was soon taken. As dawn broke and the carnage became apparent, she wept, warning the soldiers to take confession that day and give thanks for their victory. Otherwise, she would depart from them and all would be lost. On the other hand, if they remained faithful, she promised them the siege would end within 5 days. No small promise, given that by now it had been going on for 6 months at least. The next day, being a holy day, saw the two sides declare a truce, during which all the French and Allied commanders met to discuss the next day's action. Tellingly, Joan was excluded from the War Cabinet, which had decided on a diversionary assault on one fort to draw the English away from another that was their main target. When Joan was finally admitted to the chamber, she was only told of the first assault, and she smelled a rat right away, chastising Dunois for treating her like an idiot. Diplomatically, he replied that the attack plan they told her was indeed the true one, but that they had a backup plan in case that one didn't work. This seemed to placate her for the time being, and everyone went about their work preparing for the next day. As dawn broke, French troops streamed across the bridge leading to the former fort, but it was very well defended, and they began to break off, with many aware that it was just a ruse anyway. Suddenly, Joan and another commander, the impetuous and fiery mercenary La Hire, appeared on the bank, having been ferried across by rowboat, and they charged toward the English lines, joined by yet more cavalry, mowing through the English who had just come out to harass the French withdrawal. The English now retreated into a more secure stronghold nearby, and were putting up stiff resistance when Joan ordered some culverin artillery fire into the palisade breach they were trying to enter. This caused enough mayhem that the French, again emboldened by her lead, stormed into the fort and captured it, to the great shock of Dunois and the others, who didn't think the capture of the fort was possible. They now set about surrounding the Tourelle fort, which was the key position and bombard location held by the English, and without which the entire siege would fail. Later that evening, she told her confessor that tomorrow she would be wounded above the breast, and that he should take pains to pray to the Lord all day for their deliverance. Apparently, she had previously foretold of her own coming injury, and was now convinced that tomorrow was to be that day. So it was that on the 7th of May, at dawn, the French assault on Tourelle began. A number of the English defenders were later to record that the French streamed in with such vigour, wielding axes, clubs, and even bare fists, that it seemed they thought they were immortal. The fighting was desperate and lasting till dark, with Joan riding at the front, flag unfurled, always among the soldiers, exhorting them to give their best, never to give up, and that the fortress would soon be theirs. Just then, as she predicted, she was hit by an arrow between the neck and the shoulder, which penetrated with such force it protruded out of her back and knocked her clean off her horse. She was carried to the rear and wept with the pain, while commanders struggled to maintain the now faltering attack. Seeing they were about to call off the assault, she pulled herself to her feet, limped off to a nearby vineyard for a moment of prayer, and soon returned, no longer in tears, asking for help in mounting her horse, to the protest of her aides, who feared she would pass out from blood loss. Nevertheless, they rode back out with her to the lines, where she took charge of her banner once again and rallied the troops nearby to carry it to the bulwark of the fort. If it touched the wall, or the wind blew it toward, the fortress would fall. The soldiers surged once again at her cries, and as the flag touched the walls, the defenders, shocked at seeing this sorceress back on her horse and screaming, having seen her take a bolt to the neck, fled in terror as all resistance began to crumble. She made her way to the drawbridge, upon which stood the commander, Glasdale, with the last of his few knights, in a desperate bid to hold off the French. She called on him to submit in the name of God, and said to him that, despite his previously calling her a whore, she had great pity for his soul and that of his people. Glasdale appeared unmoved, and the bridge suddenly collapsed, with he and his knights drowning in the moat under the weight of their own armour. Reports tell us that on that day there fell not more than 100 Frenchmen of all ranks, while the English lost several thousand. The next day, May the 9th, saw the English abandon their siege positions and instead draw up battle in front of the city to take on the French army head to head. Joan, despite being the worse for wear and unable to wear her armour, instead put on a jasserin, a light coat of mail, and rode out with her commanders to survey the scene. The French, eager to capitalise on their momentum of victory, had to be restrained by her from attacking, as it was a Sunday, and she felt it would be a sin to initiate battle that day. It seems the English, bruised and demoralised after 6 months of a failed siege, had lost the stomach to fight as well, and after an hour of tense standoff, they broke off their lines and proceeded to withdraw in good order to their nearby stronghold of Meung-sur-Loire. Some of Joan's commanders were desperate to mop up the English rearguard, but she chastised them as well and admonished them to spend the day in prayer and thanksgiving instead. The city erupted into celebration as church bells rang in triumphal enthusiasm all day. The news spread fast and far of the miracle performed by the girl, now frequently referred to as the Maid of Orléans. She and Dunois wasted no time reporting back to the Dauphin, and Charles received them 3 days after the battle, overjoyed at the success that Dunois and a number of other commanders squarely and publicly attributed to her courage and participation. The Duke of Alençon, examining the English positions after the battle, declared that they were so well fortified that a handful of defenders could have easily held off 10 times their number, such that their collapse must surely have been a miracle of Joan's making. Indeed, even the English, despite their unflattering abuse, conceded that their failure to repel the French must have been the work of the devil. We need to bear in mind that the English had all this time continuously attributed their substantial victories, typically against overwhelming odds, to the righteousness of their cause and the support of God. This jarring defeat at the hands of a child, so close to the end of their conquest, flew in the face of their entire campaign propaganda, so the only logical explanation they could come up with was that the devil was now working against them. Nobody in the English faction, it seems, entertained the possibility that God had maybe switched sides. Joan encouraged the Dauphin to waste no time and proceed to Rheims to receive his crown. But concentrations of English in a string of forts along the Loire River, east of Orléans, were being reinforced and seriously threatened the royalist flank, so he decided that these needed to be neutralised before risking any departure to the north. His hunch was right, and both sides scrambled to ramp up their recruitment of troops. The Burgundians, who had abstained from the siege of Orléans due to a spat with the English, now sent troops to reinforce them anyway, while the vacillating Duchy of Brittany, on the coast, always looking out for number one, switched sides yet again at the news of this holy war, and once again joined the Dauphin's cause, having abandoned him not so long ago, and now sent well-needed troops and supplies, while simultaneously presenting the English with an added front they little expected. So it was that the Dauphin assigned Joan to accompany the Duke of Alençon on a campaign to liberate the string of river forts, the first of which was Jargeau, an imposing fortress defended by the Earl of Suffolk. The French commanders bickered over the best strategy to attack and wasted days on fruitless procrastination, when Joan burst into the chamber and reprimanded them that they should stop dithering and throw every available man at the castle. God was in charge of their victory and would open the way for them, she said. If she believed anything less were possible, she would have given up and gone back to tending sheep on her farm. This seemed to do the trick, and companies of soldiers were soon storming the ramparts. Whenever they struggled to make progress, or retreated, she would ride straight up to them and spur them on. At one point, she was struck by a stone thrown from the walls, which tore her banner and knocked her off her horse, but it bounced off her helmet and only made her shouting more vigorous. It also helped that she directed the Duke to place their largest bombard, a monster of a thing named the Maiden in her honour, into a position to target the English main tower, which collapsed after 3 direct hits, causing a retreat of the English into the inner defences. At one point, she told the Duke of Alençon, who was overseeing the attack while standing on a rampart, that she had promised his wife to bring him home safely, so would he please take a step to the side as he was in danger. Another knight stepped into his place, and that instant had his head blown off by a cannonball. As resistance collapsed, the Earl and his officers were trapped on the drawbridge, when he hurriedly knighted his enemy captor as arrows and cannonballs flew around him. It would, after all, be unseemly for an English nobleman to surrender to a mere commoner. Victorious, the celebrations were put aside, however, and the army continued its advance, securing a number of prominent bridges across the river, as they raced to the furthermost English fort at Beaugency. The English were hardly idle and hurriedly dispatched troops to reinforce it under John Fastolf, the commander who had ordered the wagon train square defence at the Battle of the Herrings back in February, if you recall. But the English garrison was unaware of the relief column, and after a brief skirmish, they surrendered the fort and retreated northward, eventually meeting up with the frustrated relieving force. The French followed and soon came upon the combined English force, where they drew up into order of battle, but the English once again chose to withdraw that night and retreat back toward Paris. This time it wasn't a Sunday, and Joan gave orders for them to chase down the English in full haste. Surprised at the pursuit, the English hastily set up their vanguard and main body of troops in preparation for an attack, while the rearguard, comprised largely of elite longbowmen under the command of Lord Talbot himself, hastily took up a position along a hedgerow near the village of Patay. Unaware of the proximity of French scouts, the English were surprised by a deer that had burst out from the adjacent woods and into their camp, giving out a large shout that alerted the French scouts, who turned and hurriedly reported the news to the nearby cavalry. In one of the few successful French cavalry charges of the entire war, mounted knights burst through the wooded hedgerow and wreaked merciless vengeance on the unprepared archers, for the shame of defeat by their arrows at Crécy and Agincourt, where so many of their fathers, grandfathers and uncles had perished being shot like ducks at a range that French aristocrats declared was cowardly and dishonourable. Fastolf, somewhat ahead of Talbot's troops and in a hurry to link up with the vanguard that was meant to be digging in, heard of the disaster, upped the pace, and as they ran towards the vanguard position, it appeared to the latter that there must be a rout unfolding, to which they quickly dropped their own shovels and ran also. The cavalry caught up to them, of course, and massacred the entire lot of them, crushing half of the entire English army in France and capturing many of their finest commanders. Fastolf reached the next town, only to have the gate shut in his face, and its English garrison expelled by the townsfolk, so he pushed on to the next town, only reaching safety after midnight, having evaded the French by sneaking through the woods. This disaster sent shockwaves through the English ranks and led to the complete disgrace for Fastolf, whose pitiful demise in the fortunes of war remember him as the ageing and selfish has-been Falstaff in Shakespeare's Henry IV. See my video on Shakespeare, the genius we never knew, for more details on the psychology of some of these key characters. The army now made its way back to Orléans, with Joan and her commanders riding to the Dauphin's court and begging him to finally embark on a campaign north to take Troyes and Rheims. It seemed he still lacked confidence in her ability to liberate those cities, which were currently in the heart of enemy territory, or perhaps he was considering the advice of his counsellors that they had neither the money nor the resources to maintain an army of the size needed to accomplish the goal. Meanwhile, soldiers, peasants, and ordinary citizens of all walks of life poured into the city simply to serve under her command, and there were soon 12,000 troops thronging the streets and local suburbs. Charles' ongoing hesitation led her to take matters into her own hands, and, along with the Duke of Alençon, who was now a true believer, they left with a vanguard and made their way northward, finally prompting the Dauphin to take action or risk looking like a coward. The army then continued onward, demanding the surrender of towns along the way, as well as their allegiance to the Dauphin. Some submitted, and others didn't. The column kept pushing forward regardless, but by the time it reached Troyes, the city where his disinheritance was signed, food was running low, and the inhabitants, reinforced by over 500 English and Burgundian troops, mocked them openly. The Dauphin debated whether to lay siege to the city, and many of the commanders believed it would end in failure and defeat. But Joan, once again disappointed by the disheartened leadership, declared that if the Dauphin came to the fore of the siege and asserted his presence, the city would capitulate within 48 hours. While the leadership continued to debate, Joan gave orders to fill the moat with chairs, tables, doors, timber and rubble, and the 12,000 troops soon made significant progress as they beavered away enthusiastically under her direction. Seeing the industriousness of her workforce, not to mention the array of artillery pieces arranged in front of them, the city governors sent out for parley the very next morning and began negotiations for their surrender, so long as the Burgundians and the English were allowed to leave unmolested with their weapons and their own prisoners intact. Charles had barely finished breakfast when he heard the news, but Joan refused to allow the Burgundians to keep their prisoners, and the deal was only finalised when the Dauphin agreed to pay their ransom, after a good deal of haggling. Once again, her prediction came true. Troyes was once again a royal city, in only 2 days, and without any blood having been spilled. They continued their march, and city after city capitulated without a fight. They approached Rheims, and Charles shared his concern that their artillery was insufficient to take the city if they refused to surrender. "Have no fear," she told him. "The city will come out to greet you." Indeed, it happened just as she said, with townsfolk streaming out of the city gates, hailing the Dauphin with cries of "Noël, Noël," the same greeting they gave to Charlemagne when he was crowned Emperor of the Romans on Christmas Day, 800 AD. For Joan, this moment was to be the culmination of all her visions and the ultimate purpose of her mission, and she was further buoyed by the arrival of her parents, who were accommodated by the city in her honour. On the morning of the 17th of June, only a few months after starting out, Charles VII was crowned in Rheims Cathedral according to ancient custom. Joan, standing at his side, banner in hand, threw herself at his feet, weeping as she exclaimed, "Noble King, now is accomplished the will of God, who wished me to lift the siege of Orleans, and to bring you to this city of Rheims to receive your holy anointing, to show that you are the true king and the one to whom the kingdom of France should belong." Reports tell us that suddenly all in attendance broke into tears along with her, unable to comprehend just how fast they had managed to turn around the fortunes of their country. Surely it was a miracle. It was clear that Charles' next step would be to march on Paris in order to cement the legitimacy of his reign, which meant direct conflict with the Burgundians. Joan distrusted them and urged a rapid advance, but Charles was reluctant to see his coronation marred by the anarchy of assaulting the capital, and a truce was negotiated with the Duke of Burgundy, who gave assurances he would act to hand over the city peacefully. But as the next few weeks went by, it was clear that Charles was being played, as the Burgundians increased their garrison and shored up defences. So the army, now significantly delayed and having lost momentum, made its way to the capital as town after town on the way opened their gates in submission to the king. The English, under Lord Bedford, managed to assemble an interception force and hold up in a fortified position en route to Paris. But the position was too strong to assault, and the confrontation ended with another English withdrawal. As the army made its way to Paris, it was becoming clear that the English had well fortified it with 3,000 of their own troops, and an armed citizenry that was more disposed to stay loyal to the English, who had given them many liberties and concessions, than to welcome Charles, who would take many of their newfound freedoms away. So it was that the assault on the 8th of September was a complete disaster, with 1,500 casualties. Joan, in the front lines as usual, was hit in the thigh by a crossbow bolt and was unable to be rescued until the following morning, lying in agony in a trench before the city walls all night long. She was taken to a monastery to convalesce, but by October she was back in action, Charles sending her to the south once more to take another castle on the Loire. The first assault was repelled, but a second one on the 4th of November resulted in success, and upon her return to court, Charles ennobled her in gratitude for services to the crown. Undeterred by his previous treachery, Charles continued negotiations with the Duke of Burgundy to secure a lasting peace and made some concessions to cede newly won territories over to him in return for an ongoing truce. Many of the towns that had been liberated by Joan's army were reluctant to go over, and when the Duke sent troops to besiege them, Joan rode out with a small force to relieve them. As before, troops joined her along the way as soon as they heard she was on campaign once more, and they managed to repel the Burgundians and lift the siege. But when she rode out with a contingent to skirmish an outlying enemy outpost, they were enveloped and she was captured. The English soon lobbied to have her handed over to them. Reluctant at first and needing to move her after a failed escape attempt, where she jumped from a window into the moat, 4 months later money eventually bought Burgundian cooperation, and she was ransomed off to the English for a small fortune, taken to Rouen, where she was imprisoned and awaiting her fate. Gleeful, the English immediately charged her with heresy in a show trial whose conclusion was always going to be a guilty verdict. The prosecution was comprised of English clerics, with even the token French prosecutors being hostile Burgundian theologians. Now, it was a requirement of any such trial that female prisoners were kept in a monastery cell guarded by nuns. But Joan was instead moved to a traditional prison and guarded by male English soldiers. Nevertheless, despite her complaints about attempted rape and physical violence by her jailers, the kangaroo court began interrogating her about the visions and voices, posing their questions in such a way as to entrap her into making a statement that would condemn her as a heretic. But Joan's previous experience in deflecting the leading questions of clergy made her prosecutors look like such idiots that the chamber often erupted in laughter by spectators. A couple of early examples of their stupidity were to suggest that having Jesus and Mary as symbols on her flag was some kind of witchcraft, whereupon she pointed out that the Dominican order, which ran the trial, itself had those words on their own banner. Prosecutors then attempted to convince the court that her voices were actually demons, not saints or angels. She replied that what sort of demon would insist on her going to regular mass, to induce others to go to confession and to remain chaste and virtuous? Unsurprisingly, the court was soon cleared out of spectators, and the trial continued behind closed doors, with no representation or witnesses for the defence. In fact, such trials usually always begin with the examination of witnesses. But in this case, the only witness to be called for the entire trial was Joan herself. She was well aware that inquisitorial protocol demanded a panel of impartial judges, otherwise the verdict would be null and void, and she called them out on it to no avail. She also knew of her right to appeal directly to the Pope, but her letter was intentionally misrepresented by the scribe and it never got off the ground. Nevertheless, she held firm, and their case was looking so flimsy that they turned to the only obvious punishable offence that was indisputable: her wearing of male clothing. But even here, the court completely ignored the well-known exceptions to the prohibition, as I mentioned before, being either practical necessity or personal security. Joan testified that her cross-dressing was primarily a security measure to make it difficult to be sexually assaulted, and her history of wearing such attire was widely accepted for that purpose by all who knew her. Additionally, on the battlefield, male clothing was the only practical option, but even here it was altered in such a way as to be different to ordinary clothing, with extra braiding and leather stitched in for modesty as well as security. She reported that when in court, in the safety of women's quarters, she wore appropriate women's garb, and that she would be pleased to do so now if the court would guarantee her safety. Nothing changed, of course, and the court completely ignored all of her objections. They finally convicted her of heresy on the 23rd of May 1431, after a trial that lasted almost 5 months. She was taken out and publicly condemned, but, as was the custom, was offered the opportunity to repent her heresy and be spared the death sentence. Given she saw herself as innocent of the charges anyway, she agreed, and the terms of her abjuration insisted on her wearing women's clothing. She was now taken back to prison, but the guards were given instruction to continually harass and even rape her if possible. Accounts tell us that an English lord, possibly the Earl of Warwick, generally regarded as a pillar of English righteousness, was among those that attempted to violate her while she was chained onto the wall. But she fought them all off and was beaten instead. The next day, another couple of guards again entered her cell, but this time they tore off her clothing and threw down some pants and a tunic, full knowing she was banned from wearing them. Naked, she argued and pleaded with them till the late afternoon, but eventually, with increasing numbers of gawking guards looking on, she put on the clothes, with the guards running out of the room and calling for the bishop. Sure enough, the bishop confirmed the relapse, despite the obvious absence of her previous dress anywhere to be seen, or any logical explanation for the sudden appearance of male clothing in the tightly controlled environment of her jail cell. Swiftly pronouncing her a relapsed heretic, she was immediately led out of her cell and handed over to the English executioners, who had already prepared a stake for her in the town marketplace. She asked for a cross, and an English soldier hurriedly made one out of twigs and gave it to her, which she kissed and placed upon her breast. As the flames were lit, in tears, she forgave her captors and executioner and asked them to pray for her. Reports tell us that many onlookers, even among the English themselves, began to weep out of remorse and sorrow. As news emerged of the sham trial, attempted rape and execution of their heroine, royalist hatred of the English only grew, and Charles finally stepped up to assume control of his country's destiny and take the fight to the English. Meanwhile, Henry V's son, Henry VI, was crowned in Paris later that year, but lacking the proper Frankish protocols, including the ancient holy anointing oil and coronation ceremony at Rheims Cathedral, his accession was widely viewed as illegitimate, and his attempts at reviving English fortunes in France came to nothing. By 1435, Charles had convinced Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, to abandon his alliance with the English, which secured his flank, and now allowed Charles to focus his entire attention on Normandy and its outlying regions, which capitulated by 1450. Having centralized the government, he was in a position to innovate and develop his military capability, forming the first permanent standing army in Europe since Roman times, along with artillery that was now considered the finest on the continent. By 1453, Bordeaux and the entire region of Gascony was also back in French hands, such that the sole English possession on French soil was the fortress at Calais, which they continued to occupy for another century. Both France and England were profoundly transformed by the 100 Years' War, politically, socially, and economically. Both countries saw the emergence of a national consciousness over a purely feudal one, with England additionally descending into the Civil War known to us as the War of the Roses, largely as a result of the economic losses incurred in their continental land grab. It would see greater restriction on the ability of the monarch to wage war not deemed in the national interest, and thus facilitated a greater rise in prominence of parliamentary power over the following centuries. The Maid of Orleans, throughout this, was not forgotten. Charles instigated a number of inquests into her trial, where a prominent group of theologians, including the papal legate from Rome, interviewed people who were then present, and they concluded that she was being persecuted as a prisoner of war for political purposes rather than as a heretic, and that the trial was not only irregular but also invalid. This opened the way for a retrial, supported by the Pope, which unanimously found her previous conviction and subsequent abjuration to be unjust and deceitful. She was cleared of all charges, and a cross was ordered to be erected on the site of her execution. Over the following centuries, she was revered as a symbol of national unity, and in particular of the divine sanction of the monarchy, so it was no surprise that when the French Revolution broke out in 1798, she became a persona non grata among the Enlightenment intelligentsia. But it wasn't long before Napoleon, seeing her value as a national mascot, had her rehabilitated once again as a French hero, with successive governments of all sorts across the full spectrum of French politics, from the far left to the far right, appropriating her as a symbol of their own hopes and struggles, even to the present day. The process of her canonization was a slow one, and she didn't officially reach sainthood until 1922. The Catholic Church, now more than ever, was extremely careful in its proclamation, refusing to endorse the authenticity of her visions and settling instead on the expediency of recognizing them as being divine inspiration, and leaving it at that. Since then, a raft of medical specialists have offered their own interpretations of her visions as being the product of everything from hysteria and childhood trauma to schizophrenia and even bipolar disorder. But even here, there is much debate and disagreement. So, what of Joan of Arc's ultimate legacy? Culturally, she has been the subject of an extraordinary number of artistic and literary expressions, not only in France, but around the entire world. Her unjust and very public demise at the hands of corrupt church leaders highlighted the need for reform, despite her opposition to such movements in Bohemia and elsewhere. Importantly, she came to represent the romanticized ideal of womanly virtues for an entirely new generation of French women of all classes, as Europe gradually emerged from the Dark Ages and into the Renaissance. But, ironically, she also embodied the masculine ideals of honor, duty, leadership, courage, and loyalty at a time when it was thought that women lacked the spiritual currency to embody them in a man's world. In this way, she, along with other courageous women of the time, began to shift the narrative toward one of a more contemporary view of the abilities and potential of women, though it would take several centuries more to come to fruition in the suffragette movements of the 1800s. But perhaps most of all, she reminds us that a kid born to the lowest dregs of society, with no prospects of advancing their station in life, can, with vision, determination, and unshakable faith, crown a king and inspire an entire nation. In that way, she remains a perennial hero that all of us can learn from and aspire to.
Saint Joan of Arc, born the 6th of January 1412. Now, the reason we know this, to be sure, this exact date, is because a man named Perceval du Boulainvilliers, who was the counsellor of King Charles VII, indicates this in a letter he wrote to the Duke of Milan, saying she was born on the feast of the Epiphany. Well, what an epiphany Saint Joan of Arc was to be for the French armies. At the time of St. Joan's birth, France was embroiled in a long-running war with England known as the 100 Years' War. But to provide a bit of context for this, let's dig deeper. King Charles VI, during his reign as the King of France, suffered from bouts of insanity, which led to his brother Louis, the Duke of Orleans, and the King's cousin, John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, to therefore argue over who should look after the king's children and who should govern France. Louis accused John the Fearless of kidnapping the royal children, and John the Fearless accused Louis of having an affair with King Charles VI's wife, Isabel, Queen of Bavaria. Now, this dispute between them climaxed when John the Fearless ordered Louis, the Duke of Orleans' successful assassination in 1407. The son of Louis, the young Charles of Orleans, succeeded his father therefore as Duke, but he then also saw his mother succumb to illness shortly after, and on her deathbed, swore the traditional oath of vengeance against John the Fearless. Now, by 16 years of age, Charles of Orleans was placed in the custody of the Count of Armagnac, who had become his father-in-law after he married Charles to his 11-year-old daughter. Their faction became known as the Armagnac faction, and the opposing party, led by the Duke of Burgundy, John the Fearless, was called the Burgundian faction. Now, during the chaos and fraction between these two French factions, meanwhile, the King of England, Henry V, seized his opportunity and struck the north of France, winning at the famous Battle of Agincourt on the 25th of October 1415. He won this battle despite the fact the English were outnumbered by the French, and then subsequently he then captured many northern French towns. And in 1418, Paris was taken by the Burgundians, who massacred the Count of Armagnac and about 2,500 of his followers. The future French king, Charles VII, assumed the title of Dauphin, the heir of the throne, at the age of 14, after all four of his older brothers had died one after the other in succession. His first significant official act was to conclude a peace treaty with the Duke of Burgundy in 1419. However, this ended in disaster when Armagnac supporters assassinated John the Fearless during a meeting under Charles' guarantee of protection. The new Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Good, blamed Charles for the murder and entered into an alliance with the English. This allied force of the Burgundians and the English conquered large sections of France. Now, you can hear now the background of Joan of Arc is quite complicated, And it's not even over yet, because in 1420, the Queen of France, Isabel of Bavaria, signed the Treaty of Troyes, which granted the succession of the French throne to Henry V and his heirs instead of her son Charles. Now, naturally, this agreement brought up the old suspicion that Isabel of Bavaria and Louis had had an affair, and so therefore Charles VII was the illegitimate product of this affair. When Henry V and King Charles VI died within 2 months of one another in 1422, this left the infant Henry VI of England the nominal monarch of both kingdoms. And while Henry VI was still a young infant, Henry V's brother, John of Lancaster, the first Duke of Bedford, therefore acted as regent. And lo and behold, this is the backdrop into which Joan of Arc comes in. By the time Joan of Arc began to influence events in 1429, at this point nearly all of northern France and even some parts of the southern west were under Anglo-Burgundian control. The English controlled Paris and Rouen, while the Burgundian faction controlled Reims, which had served as the traditional coronation site for French kings since 816. This was actually a really important consideration since neither claimant to the throne of France had been officially crowned yet. In 1428, the English had begun the Siege of Orleans, one of the few remaining cities still loyal to Charles VII. And the Siege of Orleans was a really key moment in the 100 Years' War. It was an important objective since it held a strategic position along the Loire River, which made it the last obstacle to an assault on the remainder of the French heartland. In the words of one modern historian, quote, "On the fate of Orleans hung that of the entire kingdom," end quote. At this point, no one was really optimistic that the city could long withstand the siege. However, there was a glimmer of hope. For generations, there had been a prophecy in France which promised that France would be saved by a virgin from, quote, "the borders of Lorraine," end quote, who would, quote, "work miracles," end quote, and that, quote, "France will be lost by a woman and shall thereafter be restored by a virgin," end quote. Now, the part of the prophecy which predicted that France would be lost by a woman was taken to refer to Isabel and her role in signing the Treaty of Troyes, thereby disinheriting her heir, her son, Charles VII, for the King of England. Now, Joan was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romy in Domremy, a village which was then in the French part of the Duchy of Bar. Joan's parents owned about 50 acres of land, and her father supplemented his farming work with a minor position as a village official, collecting taxes and heading the local watch. They lived in an isolated patch of eastern France that remained loyal to the French crown despite being surrounded by pro-Burgundian lands. And so we can see here, right in the territory of darkness, God raising up this light. Now, it really was a territory of darkness around Joan because several local raids occurred during her childhood. And on one occasion, even her whole village was burned by pro-Burgundians. And so Joan was raised in relative poverty, a normal girl brought up in simple means. She was taught the Catholic faith from an early age by her mother, Isabel. And she was a generous girl, was quite well liked by other inhabitants of her village, who later reported under oath on her character after she had passed away. But it was only until around the age of 13 did Joan of Arc's life take an unexpected and extraordinary turn. She mentions that during one summer at the age of 13, when she was in a, quote, father's garden, end quote, something extraordinary happened. And indeed something that has hardly ever happened to any human on this planet. And something that was indicative of her call on her life. She reported to see visions of figures that she identified as the Archangel Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret. Now, it must be noted here, Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret were two virgin martyrs who died in the 4th century, which is very interesting since Joan lived her life as a virgin and died a martyr's death. And how providential is it that God would give us the people around us in our lives, even saints, who can teach us about our mission in our life as well. Now, the Archangel Michael and Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret appeared to her and told her to be good. That was all they said at the start. It was nothing that extraordinary or that special, other than to go to Mass frequently and to be good. They repeatedly appeared to her, and particularly Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret, they would be her guardians up until her death. Joan of Arc called them, quote, her voices, end quote, which I think by today's standards makes one sound quite insane. However, it's important to note here that Joan of Arc, this is the 15th century, this was before that connotation was made. And in fact, the term hearing voices might actually have originated from the story of Joan of Arc. But for Joan, these visions were very, very real indeed. And with her being canonized as a saint by the Catholic Church, that would imply the Church consider her visions of these saints as worthy of belief. And when one looks at the historical data regarding Joan of Arc's life, well, her accomplishments are nothing short of miraculous. So logic itself can also imply to us that these visions she was experiencing were real, because she must have been receiving divine help. For Joan, the visions were so real that she would cry when they left her. She called them, St. Catherine and St. Margaret, beautiful, and one time asked them to take her with them as they went back to heaven. At the age of 16, at this point her voices had been speaking to her and started to give her a divine mandate. She'd been hearing her voices now for 3 years, and they were now saying to her more than just be a good Catholic. Now they were saying, you have been chosen by God to lead the French armies against the English and to see the King of France coronated, and for the English to be completely driven out of France. Quite a different message now. And Saint Joan of Arc, being a complete saint and in complete humility, despite not understanding how this would happen, accepted the call. It became so burdensome for her that by the age of 16 she had to respond to it, and so she, in secret, not letting her parents know, asked a relative called Durand Lassault to take her to a nearby town called Vaucouleurs, where she petitioned the garrison commander Robert de Baudricourt for an armed escort to bring her to the French royal court at Chinon. Now, Robert de Baudricourt was understandably quite sceptical, and his sarcastic response was quite harsh, but this did not deter Joan. In fact, she came back again the following January, after having been mocked, returning back to her townsfolk at Domremy, and it must also be said Jacques d'Arc was furious. He'd had a premonition a few years before of Joan running off with French soldiers, and at that time that was seen as something that a prostitute would do and would naturally bring dishonour and shame to the family. Jacques d'Arc had actually asked his sons and, well, Joan's brothers to drown Joan if this would ever happen. So you can see here just the sort of opposition Joan was facing. So she returned to Robert de Baudricourt in Vaucouleurs the following January, and having gained support from 2 of Baudricourt's soldiers, Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poligny. According to Jean de Metz, she told him that I, quote, must be at the king's side. There will be no help for the kingdom if not from me. Although I would rather have remained spinning wool at my mother's side, yet I must go, I must do this, for my Lord wills that I do so, end quote. And so with these 2 contacts, she was given a second meeting with Robert de Baudricourt. And it was during this second meeting that she gave a prediction about a military reversal at a battle near Orleans. It was unexpected that this reversal would take place, but here we are seeing Joan of Arc predict this was going to happen before messengers had even arrived to report it. Now, a journal written several decades after Joan's life said that she actually received this revelation of this reversal of this battle through, quote, grace divine, end quote, while tending her flocks in Lorraine. Now, Robert de Baudricourt, understandably quite amazed, granted Joan an escort to visit Chinon after the battle's reversal had been confirmed several days later. And so Joan waded through Burgundian territories. She left at night and she dressed in male clothing, in soldier's clothes, which actually led to a charge of her, quote, cross-dressing, end quote, which would ultimately come to work against her in the future. Although it must be said her escorts viewed this cross-dressing, or supposed cross-dressing, as a normal precaution for protection as she was walking through hostile territories. And two of the members of her escort said they and the people of Vaucouleurs provided her with this clothing and had suggested it even to her. And so, travelling by night, undetected by enemy soldiers, Joan, who would occasionally stop off to say mass if they passed through a town, would, with her escort, carefully weave in around the French countryside until eventually she reached the court of Chinon in 1429, where Charles was located. At this point, she was only 17 years old. Charles himself was 26. And so after arriving at the Chinon court, she made a strong impression on Charles during a private conference with him. During this time, Charles' mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, was planning to finance a relief expedition to Orleans. Joan asked for permission to travel with the army and wear protective armour, which was provided by the royal government. She depended on donated items for her armour, horse, sword and banner, and other items utilised by her entourage. Now, some historians have tried to explain the reason she attracted the royal court so much. They try to point out that perhaps she was their only hope, and that this message of divine deliverance was, well, what they wanted and needed to hear. However, it must also be noted that there was skepticism among the court originally when Joan entered. These are not gullible fools who just take the word of anyone who claims to be hearing from God. They actually subjected Joan to interrogation at Poitiers, where scholars and theologians asked difficult questions of her, but eventually found her to be simple and, well, worthy of belief. It must also be said that what really attracted Charles to Joan was the fact that Joan, upon meeting him, was able to reveal a secret of his heart that he had prayed alone to God. So surely even Charles could see the divine work of God at display here. But just to be sure, because now Joan's entrance into the scene had effectively turned the war into a religious war, he wanted to make sure beyond a shadow of a doubt by checking Joan's background and history, and also at this interrogation at Poitiers, that it could not be accused of him that he would receive his crown from the work of Satan and not by the power of God. But we see here Joan passes with flying colours, which adds even more proof to us today of her saintly character and her true authentic mission from God. And so, willing to allow her to be put to the test by seeing if what she says would happen, they sent her off to Orleans, and she arrived at the besieged city of Orleans with the army on the 29th of April, 1429. Now, Jean d'Orléans, the acting head of the family of Orleans, on behalf of his captive brother, well, half-brother, Charles, who had been captured by the English during the Battle of Agincourt many years before, Jean initially excluded her from all war councils and failed to inform her when the army engaged with the enemy. However, his decision to exclude her did not prevent her presence at most councils and battles. She had a way of finding her way in there and knowing when the action was taking place. They couldn't really shake her off, no matter how hard they tried. Now, the actual extent of her military participation is subject to debate among historians even to this day. Joan stated that she carried her banner in battle and had never killed anyone, preferring her banner, quote, 40 times, end quote, better than her sword. Secular historians do suggest, however, that the army was always directly commanded by noblemen as opposed to Joan. But on the other hand, many of these same noblemen state that Joan had a profound effect on their decisions, since they often accepted the advice she gave them as divinely inspired. In either case, historians do agree that the army under Joan enjoyed remarkable success during her brief time with it. Now, the appearance of Joan of Arc at Orleans coincided with a sudden change in the pattern of the siege. During the 5 months before her arrival, the defenders had attempted only one offensive assault, which had ended in defeat. However, on the 4th of May, the Armagnacs attacked and captured the outlying fortress of St. Loup, followed on the 5th of May by a march to a second fortress called Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, which was found deserted. When English troops came out to oppose the advance, a rapid cavalry charge drove them back into their fortresses, apparently without even a fight. Divine intervention here we see already. The Armagnacs then attacked and captured an English fortress built around a monastery called Les Augustins. That night, Armagnac troops maintained positions on the south bank of the river before attacking the main English stronghold called Les Tourelles on the morning of the 7th of May. Contemporaries acknowledged Joan as the heroine of the engagement. She was wounded by an arrow between the neck and shoulder, which, P.S., she had prophesied would happen the day before. She was wounded while holding her banner in the trench opposite Les Tourelles, but later returned to encourage a final assault despite her injuries, and this final assault succeeded in taking the fortress. The English therefore retreated from Orleans the next day, and the siege was over. So here we see, Orleans had been besieged for months by the English. There was no hope. And what does God do? He sends a peasant, illiterate, young girl, who's never even ridden a horse, all the way to Vaucouleurs, then to Chinon, and then to Orleans. And we see her arrival at Orleans, her arrival at the scene, and pretty much instant victory. What could secular historians make of that, one wonders? Well, they do ignore that fact, or seemingly not let it sink in, one might say. I mean, this is compounded when one considers the contemporary sources, or well, the near-contemporary sources, that attest to the miracles Joan of Arc performed while at Orleans. For example, one time they were getting in their boat across the river to enter Orleans, and the wind was in the wrong direction. They couldn't, therefore, sail in the right direction to get to the city. What does Joan of Arc do? She prays, and, well, instantly the wind changes direction. This comes from a report only 25 years after her life from an eyewitness. And so we see with Joan of Arc's life a clear proof and evidence of the supernatural. And this is one thing that secular historians don't really seem to take note of. And if they do take note of, they normally claim Joan of Arc was a schizophrenic due to her voices, her claim to have been seeing the apparition of Saint Catherine of Alexandria and Saint Margaret of Antioch, two virgin martyrs who would regularly appear to Saint Joan. They had been martyred themselves for their faith, and they were virgins and they were young women. So you see, again, God provides the right people in your life. We can believe that to be true. But they will label Saint Joan as a schizophrenic rather than a visionary. And they like to put these labels on her simply because they don't believe in miracles. That's that, really. Moving on. So after the Battle of Orleans, Saint Joan of Arc's fame spreads like wildfire around France and even neighbouring countries. there was a poet called Christine de Pizan. She was an Italian, French, late medieval author, and she writes while in Italy. So the news of her has spread even to Italy at this point. She writes a poem about Joan of Arc, praising her as the peasant girl, the maid sent by God to relieve the French armies. And indeed, Joan had declared herself that she would provide a sign at Orleans. And the lifting of the siege at Orleans was interpreted by many to be that sign. And it gained her the support of prominent clergy and theologians. Some of them wrote supportive writings about her immediately following the event of Orleans. To the English, however, the ability of this peasant girl to defeat their armies was regarded as proof that she was possessed by the devil. And the British medievalist Beverly Boyd noted that this charge was not just propaganda, but was sincerely believed by the English, since the idea that God was supporting the French through Joan was very, very unappealing to them. The sudden victory at Orleans led to many proposing further offensive action. Joan herself was of this camp. She wanted to do this immediately. Why waste time was kind of her thinking. And Joan actually persuaded Charles VII to allow her to accompany the army with Duke John II of Alençon. And she gained the royal permission for her plan to recapture nearby bridges along the Loire as a prelude to an advance on Reims for the coronation of Charles VII, which Joan said was one target of her mission from God. Now, it must be made clear here just what a bold proposal this was from Joan. Reims was roughly twice as far away as Paris and deep within enemy territory. The English expected France to try and recapture Paris or to attack Normandy. And so actually this plan was perfect because it was exactly what they did not anticipate. So the Duke of Alençon accepted Joan's advice concerning this particular strategy. Other commanders, including Jean d'Orléans, had been impressed with Joan and her performance at Orleans and became her supporters. Alençon credited her with saving his life at Jargeau, where she warned him that a cannon on the walls was about to fire at him, and so he subsequently moved out the way and was spared. See, another sign of Joan's miraculous works. During the same siege, Joan withstood a blow from a stone that hit her helmet, while she was near the base of the town's wall, again showing her divine protection from God. And so the French army took Jargeau on the 12th of June 1429, and two more towns followed on the 15th of June and the 17th of June 1429. The English army in response withdrew from the Loire Valley and headed north on the 18th of June, joining with an expected unit of reinforcements under the command of Sir John Fastolf. John urged the Armagnacs to pursue, and the two armies henceforth clashed southwest of the village of Patay. The Battle of Patay might be compared to Agincourt in reverse. Remember that famous battle before Joan of Arc's mission, where the French were completely slaughtered by the English, even despite the fact the French had more men. And so now you see the tables are starting to turn. Then the French vanguard attacked a unit of English archers who had been placed to block the road. A rout ensued that decimated the main body of the English army and killed or captured most of its commanders. Fastolf escaped with a small band of soldiers, simply a small band, and became the scapegoat for the humiliating English defeats. The French, it must be said, suffered minimal losses. And so on the 29th of June, the French armies then left and marched directly towards Reims and accepted the conditional surrender of Burgundian-held territories. Other towns in the army's path returned to French allegiance without resistance. See how the tables were turning. Relance opened its gates to the French army on the 16th of July 1429, and well, the coronation of the King Charles VII took place the following morning. They weren't going to waste any time being so thick into enemy territory. This was where Joan of Arc was to see her parents again, and heartbreakingly, for the last time. Now, the morning after the celebrations at Reims, the festivities were over and people were just about dying down. Joan, on the other hand, in a mission mindset, the woman of action that she always was urging the armies for a prompt march upon Paris, to besiege it and to, by the help of God, take it. On the other hand, the royal court of King Charles VII, the reasonable and cautious folk they were, preferred instead to negotiate a truce with the Duke of Burgundy. However, this would come to be a negative because the Duke of Burgundy would violate the purpose of the agreement by simply using it as a stalling tactic to reinforce his armies and thus reinforce Paris. And I think here's a lesson actually for all of us. When someone comes of God, a visionary, even though their actions may seem slightly unwise or unprudent, we should follow it, at least while they're with us, because prophets, unfortunately, have a tendency not to live that long. And so by the time the French armies marched upon Paris, it was quite a difficult task ahead. Now, the assault at Paris ensued on the 8th of September. And despite a wound to the leg from a crossbow bolt, Joan was insistent on staying in the trench and winning the siege. But instead, she was carried back to safety by one of the commanders. And she was very indignant, saying, "No, we must besiege Paris and take it." However, this was not the attitude nor the mentality of the French commanders at this point, and soon later, the royal order to withdraw was given. So we kind of see a dip slightly in the reputation of Joan of Arc. She is following God, but it's not quite going according to plan, one might say. And there's now a bit of doubt, a bit of confusion. People might be thinking, well, Joan's mission had been completed. She'd lifted the siege of Orleans as she'd seen King Charles VII coronated at Reims. You know, now she should go back to Domremy with her family and take up the usual lot of life of a woman. However, in Joan's mind, that was not the case. She had 3 objectives to her mission, 2 of which, yes, had been completed, but the 3rd had not been. And to put it quite simply, the 3rd objective was to remove all the English armies out of France. So in Joan of Arc's mind, no, her mission was not completed. Now, during the siege of Orleans and the coronation at Reims, we can pretty much track Joan's whereabouts and her location and what she was doing almost every day. But at this point, after the siege of Paris, her movements, her whereabouts and what she was doing are slightly harder to track. Here now we move from daily accounts to, well, monthly accounts. We know in October she had success in a siege at another town. But then in November and December, she was unsuccessful at taking another town with the royal armies. And we also know in December her family was ennobled by Charles VII, which was basically a gesture of thanksgiving for the actions that she had performed within the last year. And no doubt at this point, Joan of Arc's fame was still present. It was still in people's minds. She was still the divine visionary for many people. And with her new royal status, she would have had to have been around other noble women in the courts of the king and of such. And it was probably quite a difficult time for her. Not only that, but sources suggest her sister Catherine died around this point. It was probably a slightly confusing and maybe even a slightly isolating part of her life. And like I said, the information regarding her life at this point is rather sketchy. The next clear-cut source we have comes from actually the new year. We now enter into March. particularly the 23rd of March, 1430. Here we have her dictating a threatening letter to the Hussites. Now, it must be noted, Joan was illiterate, she couldn't write, so she would often dictate letters. In fact, we even have a few of these letters remaining, and the only thing she would write in these letters is her signature at the end, Joan. And so if you want to see writings, they should appear on screen now of her signature. This is actually by the hand of Joan of Arc. And it must also be noted here, friends, that this is the closest we can get to the living memory, the material memory of Joan of Arc. It was customary at this point in time to actually seal the envelope with the wax and a piece of your hair. A strand of your hair was plucked and added to the sealed wax of the letter. And so yes, actually there were some strands of Joan of Arc's hair that were contained in some of these letters. Unfortunately, they're now missing, but these signatures you can now see are the closest thing you can get to any Joan of Arc relic. The French revolutionists destroyed other relics of Joan of Arc in their purging, in their hatred towards faith and towards God. And so this is quite unfortunate, actually. There's no living portrait. We don't even really know what she looked like. We can know what she looked like from sources, eyewitnesses who describe what she looked like, but do not go looking for a painting. Do not go looking on Google Images for any kind of image of Joan if you're wanting a realistic interpretation. Because, well, unfortunately, friends, they're just going to be artistic interpretation rather than actual realism and actual facts. And so, as I said, on the 23rd of March 1430, by her secretary, she dictates a threatening letter to the Hussites. Now, the Hussites were a sect that broke off from the Catholic Church. Now, in this letter, Joan says, return to the Catholic faith and move away from your superstitions. And so we have here, in the 15th century, even to a unschooled, illiterate peasant, how clear in her mind the truths of the Catholic Church are, that anyone who would break off are actually following the inventions of man, essentially superstitions. This is what an illiterate peasant can tell us from the 15th century about the truths of the Catholic Church. It was clear as day to them back then. So she writes this letter, and one does sort of think, you know, she's not quite as busy as she was a few months ago with the Siege of Orleans and the Siege of Paris. Perhaps she's kind of, I don't want to say looking for a fight, because that makes her sound like she's hostile or aggressive. In actual fact, she just has a huge zeal for the Catholic Church. And that is how one ought to understand Saint Joan of Arc. She actually said during her trial later on in her life, under oath, that she had never killed anyone, but she simply used her banner in battle to encourage and support the French armies. And so in a letter to the Hussites, her letter promises to, quote, remove your madness and foul superstition, taking away either your heresy or your lives. And so Joan, an ardent Catholic, we see here that she hated all forms of heresy, together with Islam as well, which had recently reared its head at this point in history. And she also sent a challenging letter to the English saying to leave France and go with her to Bohemia to fight the Hussites. An offer that, must be said, was unanswered by the English. The Hussites at this point had resisted crusades sent by the Pope and the churches, and so Joan of Arc here is really imitating the wish of the Pope. So we see an ardent Catholic. We do not see a bloodthirsty, cruel person. Now, I neglected to say before that actually the royal court of France had made a treaty with the English, a treaty of peace, explaining Joan's lack of activity. But after this truce with the English ends, and after this threatening letter has been sent to the Hussites, several months later, Joan then travels to Compiègne with her smaller force at this point. Her force was a lot smaller than it was during the days of Paris and of Orleans a few months ago. And so, in May, she arrives in Compiègne in order to defend it from the siege of the English and the Burgundians. Now, at this point, the story of Joan of Arc starts to accelerate and starts to get a little bit more fascinating. Because Joan of Arc says that around this time, well, actually a bit before this time, her voices had told her that she was going to be captured. And she says that she was not given the time or location as to when she would be captured. So she arrives at Compiègne, not necessarily expecting the worst. But at the siege of Compiègne, Saint Joan of Arc is captured. An English archer drags her off her horse. Now, there's even some debate that she was betrayed by her own army, in the sense that the bridge welcoming her into the city as she was retreating from the English Burgundian army was raised so she could not even enter and retreat into the city. Now, perhaps this was accidental, perhaps they did not know Joan was out there, but there is some debate that she was betrayed by one of her own soldiers. In fact, she once confessed to someone else that her only fear in life was treachery. Perhaps Joan was made aware of this treachery by her voices from Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret of Antioch. In any case, her voices had told her that this was going to happen, that she was going to be captured. And again, we see here another sign of the supernatural intervention of Joan of Arc. If that wasn't enough, back in the winter, Joan of Arc had prayed for a recently deceased baby who had not yet been baptized. So Joan prays for this baby, and the baby comes back to life, unbelievably, and is then baptized and quickly dies soon after. So miracle stories litter the overall story of Saint Joan of Arc. And so now we enter the stage 2, or the part 2 of Joan of Arc's life, which is her capture, imprisonment, and then her untimely and cruel death. Stay tuned for part 2.
Thank you for inviting us into your home. TV50 hopes you've enjoyed our programs today, and as always, we appreciate your comments. Today's programs on WDBG mechanically reproduced.
Hi, I'm Amy, WDBG TV. Please subscribe and hit my notification bell.